You need a modern, professional-looking website, but you don't want to spend thousands of dollars to have one built, or you're not quite sure how to do it yourself? Don't worry, I've got you covered. My name is Matt, and in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to create a beautiful website. Whether you're 16 or 60, you'll be able to create your own modern, professional-looking website after watching this easy-to-follow, step-by-step tutorial. No experience is necessary. Let's take a look at the awesome website we'll be making.
Here we have our primary menu bar, our logo on the left, our navigation links on the right. We have this beautiful header image with some nice text, and if I hover over this button, it animates. Down here we have a stylish divider. If I scroll down to the next section and hover over each of these boxes, you can see we get some cool animation with a box shadow. The background color changes as well as the text color. If I scroll down to the next section, you can see we have this beautiful color gradient overlay on top of a parallax display. You can't do this straight out of the box with Divi, but I'm going to give you the special CSS code and show you exactly where to copy and paste it so that you can get this really cool effect. Next we have some cool animated text, a cool bar graph, and some nice circle counters. We have an eye-popping image on top of a gradient background, which you can download in the video description. If I scroll down to the next section, we have our testimonials with some cool animation and a beautiful color gradient background. Next is our team section with some cool animation, and if I hover over each of these, they each pop up. We have a really cool background image as well. Next is our blog section. Each of these is a slider, and I can take you to the next blog post. Here we have another cool divider and a beautiful color gradient background on top of a parallax display. I'm going to show you how to make this contact form. Next we have a full width map, and if I click on this marker, it shows our information. And of course we have a professional looking beautiful footer with a blue divider. We'll also add an About Us page using a Divi pre-made layout. We'll customize the layout by adding our own video header, and I'll show you how to change the font and the color of all the titles on the page with just a few simple clicks. Plus we'll add a video background towards the bottom. We'll create a services page with a Divi pre-made layout, and I'll show you how to easily change the color of the images and the buttons to match our website's color scheme with just a few simple clicks. We'll create a beautiful portfolio page with a filterable portfolio. If I click here, it brings up a photo gallery showing our wildlife photos. This is great for wedding images as well. If I click on an image, it brings up a slideshow, and we can go through each image. We'll create a blog page to display all our blog posts. I'll even show you how to create this blog post, complete with titles, images, and I'll show you how to monetize it so you can make some money as well. Plus I'll show you how to do some on-page SEO to help rank your blog posts higher in Google. Finally we'll create a contact page with a beautiful parallax header, our contact form, full width map, and of course our footer.
And best of all, because we'll be using the #1 most popular WordPress theme in the world, the Divi theme, you won't have to write a single line of code. With the Divi theme, everything is done using the Visual Builder, which is a drag and drop builder that allows you to see all your changes in real time.
Let me show you what I mean. I'll come up here and I'll click Enable Visual Builder. Now that the Visual Builder is enabled, I can make changes on the fly. Let's say I want to change the color of this text. I'll highlight the text, click the paint bucket, and now I can change the text color. If I drag the mouse in here, you can see the color changes in real time. I'm going to make it black. Let's say I want to change the text here. I'll highlight a word. Now I can underline it, italicize it, make it bold. I can even add a link. Let's change the button background color. I'll click the gear icon. I'll click Design, Button. I'll scroll down the button background color. And now if I drag the mouse in here, you can see the button color changes in real time. I'm going to make it dark blue. Save the changes. Let's change this divider. I'll come up here, click the gear icon, click Design, I'll click Dividers, I'll click Bottom because it's a bottom divider, and here my divider shows up. If I click this, you can see a whole list of dividers. I'm going to choose this one. If I come down here and drag this to the right, I can change the divider size. I make it larger or smaller. I can even flip the divider if I want to. If I don't like the changes, I just click the undo button until it goes back the way I had it before. Let's say I want to change the size of all three of these blurb titles. There's an easy way to do that. I'll come into this blurb, I'll go to design, go to title text, I'll scroll down, and as I drag this to the right, you can see the title gets larger. I'll click these three dots, click extend title text size to all blurbs throughout this row. Click extend. Now you can see they're all large. If I don't like the changes, I can come down here to the history, go back. Voila, it's back to where it was. Let's keep going. Now let's say I want to change the color of all three of these icons to blue. I'll come to the first icon. I'll go to design, image and icon. I'll change the color to blue. I'll click the three dots. Click copy icon color. Right click, paste icon color. Right click, paste icon color. Now let's change all three of these buttons to say click here. I'll come to the first button. I'll change the text. I'll click the three dots. Copy text. Right click, paste text. Right click, paste text. That's how easy it is to make changes using the Divi Visual Builder. Let's take a look at the Theme Customizer. With the Theme Customizer, you can also make changes in real time. If I scroll down here, go to General Settings, Layout Settings, I can change the gutter width of these modules and bring them all together or further apart. I can also change the section height and the row height. If I don't like it, I can just undo with the click of a button. Let's go back and check out the header and navigation. You can also change the primary menu bar. You can change the menu height, the logo, text size. You can even change the font right from here. You can change the text color as well. And the background color if you'd like. And if you don't like the changes, you just undo. Let's take a look at the secondary menu bar. That's this menu bar at the very top. We can change the text size, the letter spacing, the font, the background color, and more. You can choose if you want to make it full width or not. If we go back here to header format, we can choose where we want our logo to be. You can have it in the center, centered in line between your navigation links. We can have it slide in so that we click the hamburger menu, it slides in from the right. We can also have a full screen menu. If we click here, we'll see our links right here. If we want, we can also have vertical navigation. And of course, I'm going to show you how to make your new website responsive so that it looks beautiful, whether it's on a desktop, tablet, or mobile phone. But that's not all, I'm going to show you so much more. Because this is a complete tutorial packed with valuable information, I've split the tutorial into two parts and added timestamps in the video description so you can easily navigate your way through each video with a click of a button. Now you may be asking yourself, well, why should I learn from you? And that's a very valid question. Not only do I have a degree in web technology, but I built my websites and all of my clients' websites using the Divi theme. In fact, the very first website I created using Divi has already generated over $150,000 in passive income over the past few years. Well, I hope you're as excited as I am, so let's get started. Alright guys, there are 4 things we're going to do in this tutorial. First, we're going to get domain and hosting, which you'll get at 70% off just by going through my link in the video description. Second, we're going to install WordPress. Third, we're going to download and install the Divi theme. And finally, we're going to create our awesome website. Alright guys, so to get your domain and hosting at 70% off, all you have to do is come down to the video description and click this link. So this is the page you'll come to when you click the link, and as you can see, SiteGround's WordPress hosting is officially recommended by WordPress.org. And that says a lot, it's because they're awesome. If I scroll down here, you'll see they have 3 different plans. They have the Startup plan, the Grow Big plan, and the Go Geek plan. I recommend the Grow Big plan because for only $5.95 a month, you get to host unlimited websites. With the startup plan, you can only host one website. So for only a couple dollars more, you get unlimited websites. And if you want to, later on, you can always upgrade to the Go Geek plan. With the Grow Big plan, you get these essential WordPress features, plus you get these premium WordPress features. And by the way, guys, I just want to let you know, all of my websites are hosted on SiteGround. So I'm going to go ahead and click Get Plan. And here I'm going to register a new domain. If you already have a domain name, you would click here, type it in, and then click Proceed. And don't worry if you bought your domain somewhere else, like GoDaddy or Namecheap, because later on in this video, I'm going to show you how to change your name servers so that you point your domain from your domain provider to your website on SiteGround. But I'm going to register a new domain name. Always make sure you spell your domain name correctly before you proceed. And I'm going to choose .com, but if you click here, you could choose a different TLD like .net, .org, or any of these others. When you're ready, click Proceed. Okay, so it says, congratulations, domain brightbraincreative.com is available for registration with your hosting account. So here we're going to fill out our account information. You're going to start with your email. Create a password. Confirm your password. Next, you'll fill out your name and address. I'm going to block this to protect my information. Phone number. Next, you'll fill out your payment information. Next is the purchase information. You can see I'm purchasing the Grow Big plan. You can choose your data center here. Since I'm in the USA and most of my website visitors will be from the USA, I'll keep it on USA. But you could choose Singapore, United Kingdom, Europe. Here I'm choosing a 12 months period. Hosting price is only $5.95 a month, regularly $19.95 a month. Extra services, your domain registration is $15.95. I do recommend getting domain privacy for only $12 a year. What this will do, it'll protect your inbox from being spammed from people because they'll have your personal information like your email address. You can also get SG Site Scanner for only $20 a year. They'll monitor your website 24/7 to make sure it hasn't been hacked or injected with malicious code. So the total is going to be $99.35. Click these two boxes. Actually, you don't have to click this one. That's if you want to receive SiteGround news and the special offers. And when you're all done, click Pay Now. Alright, it says your order was successfully submitted. Thank you for choosing SiteGround. Alright, so we have our domain and hosting. Now we're going to install WordPress. Your account was successfully created. Proceed to customer area, so we're going to click here. So here you set up your new Grow Big hosting account, set up your website. Since we're starting a new website, we're going to click here. And they already know that WordPress is the best website builder out there. So they have it right here in the beginning. So go ahead and click WordPress. Here you could select other software if you wanted. Here we're going to choose our WordPress login details. You want to make sure you get this email correct because this is where they're going to email your login details in case you forget or you need them later on. So I'll choose the same email. Make sure it's correct. It is. Choose a username. Password. Here it says you can still enhance your account if you want. I'm not going to. So I'm going to go ahead and click confirm. Confirm. Click this box here. I confirm that I've read and agreed to the SiteGround terms, service, and privacy policy. Complete setup. All right, it says your hosting account is ready to use. Proceed to customer area. So we're going to click this green button here. And this is your SiteGround customer area. This is the home tab. If you click accounts, here we see my domain name, my WordPress site. Here you click this to go to the admin panel. If I click here, you can see our WordPress site. It's pretty ugly. Don't worry, we're going to fix that later on. Here you go to your cPanel. Here's your support tab. SiteGround has really awesome support, and as you can see, they're available 24/7 via phone, chat, or ticket. If you ever have problems, you can click here, and then you would choose one of these sections, like WordPress Assistance, for instance. Over here, you have your billing tab. Primary card. If you ever change your credit card, you can manage it here. Alternate card. Here's your transaction. Add services. You can change your plan. Site builder, all this other stuff down here. And here we have perks. These are all $60 credit. These are all free. Pretty cool stuff. So let's go back to my accounts. So there's actually two ways to get to your admin panel. So we'll click go to admin panel. By the way, if you ever need to get back to your admin panel, there's an easy way to do that. Just type in your domain name. /wp-admin. And that'll take you right to your admin panel. Of course, since I haven't logged in yet, it took me to the login screen instead of the admin panel. If I had been logged in, it would have taken me straight to the admin panel. So let's go back here, click that off. Put in the username that you set up. Your password. Click login. This is new. It says welcome to your WordPress site. We don't need that because I'm going to show you all this stuff. So just click exit. And here's your WordPress admin panel. We can click this off. Okay, real quick, before I show you how to install WordPress manually, I want to show you how to point your domain name to SiteGround's name servers in case you bought your domain name from a different company like GoDaddy or Namecheap. For those of you that didn't buy your domain name when you signed up for your SiteGround web hosting. So in order to do that, I'm going to go to namecheap.com. And I have some domain names on here that I bought. And we'll use this one, Passion Millionaire. So I'm going to go to Manage. And whether you bought your domain name at Namecheap or GoDaddy or some other domain name purchasing service, you need to find your DNS settings and where it says name servers. That's where you need to get to. And right here we can change the name servers. You want to go to Custom DNS and see where it says name server 1 and name server 2. If I go back to the cPanel, you can see name servers up here. These are the SiteGround name servers. So I want to copy this first one. Right click, paste it here. And then name server 2, go back. Copy this one here. Right click, copy. Right click and paste. So now I have the new SiteGround custom DNS name servers. And you're going to click this green check mark to save. And we'll get a message up here that says it may take 48 hours to go into effect. There we go. From my experience with SiteGround, it's almost immediate. I can show you how to see if your domain name has propagated. Go to leaf. DNS.com, and here you're going to type in your domain name. Make sure you just type in the domain name, no HTTP or www dot, just the domain name itself. Click go. And here you can already see the SiteGround name servers that we put in. And it looks like, let me see, all the tests have passed. So it looks like it's propagated already. You can see 0 failures. And all these green check marks are what we want. Okay guys, now I want to show you how to install WordPress manually, just in case your browser window closed after you bought your hosting package, but before you could install WordPress. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to go to SiteGround.com. I'm going to log in. Here you're going to put in your email address and your password that you created when you signed up for SiteGround. This is how you sign into your SiteGround account. And we'll go to My Accounts. And here you see the cPanel button. You're going to click that. You can check this box so you don't see this message again. Click Proceed. And this is your cPanel. So if you see down here it says Auto Installers, we're going to go to Self-Taculous. And if I scroll down, you see WordPress right here. I'm going to click Install. Here you can choose the version you want. It's going to automatically be set to the latest version. You can choose your protocol. I would just leave it on HTTPS. You get a free SSL certificate, so this will mean that your website is secure. Choose your domain. Since I've already installed WordPress on this domain, I want to choose a different one. So I'll choose Passion Millionaire. Just leave the directory blank. Here you're going to put in your blog name. And the description. Leave this blank. We don't want multi-site. You're going to create an admin username and password for this website. And this is your admin email. Make sure you get this correct because they're going to send you an email with their username and password that you created here, just in case you forget. Select your language. I won't worry about these. You can, the WordPress starter, it's SiteGround's software, comes when you install. I don't want that though. Advanced options. Don't worry about this. And then when you're ready, press install. It says it takes 3 to 4 minutes, but it should take only about 15-20. Well, there you go. And here we're going to click on your WP admin. And this will take you right to the back end. Now you see how it says HTTPS and you get this, your connection is not private warning message. That's because I had just added this domain. When you do an add-on domain, you have to install the SSL certificate yourself. It doesn't do it automatically like it does when you sign up. So I'm going to show you how to do that right here. Go back to accounts. And we're going to go back to the cPanel. And I'll come down here to security. And we're going to click Let's Encrypt. And here you can see that the domain that we created when I signed up and bought my hosting package, it already has the SSL certificate. It's already active. So now we come down here and you can see the add-on domain that I just added on. Make sure Let's Encrypt SSL is checked. Click Install. And now it says Let's Encrypt certificate added successfully to the installation queue. And it usually takes about 5 minutes for it to show up. And then you can come over here and change these. So I'm going to wait 5 minutes and come back. Okay, so it only took about 2 minutes. I refreshed the page, and here you can see the add-on domain, and the SSL certificate is active. So I'm going to come over here, go to HTTPS settings, HTTPS enforce. This forces your site to work entirely over an encrypted HTTPS connection. That's what we want. And external link rewrite, we're going to click that as well. There we go. Press OK. And we may as well do it for the main site as well. Click OK. And now, if I go back here and go to WP-admin, you can see that warning message goes away, and I have my login screen here. So let's log in. Voila, there you go. Dismiss this, and we're back in the admin screen. Okay guys, real quick, I just want to make sure you're aware that after you register your new domain name with SiteGround or GoDaddy or Namecheap or whoever it is, they're going to send you a verification email, and it's going to look something like this if you register your domain with SiteGround. So you just want to click on that email, and it should look something like this. It says, Dear customer, recently you registered, transferred, or modified the contact information for one or more of your domain names, and then they'll list your domain name right here. In order to keep your domain name active, ICANN requires that you verify your new contact information. Click on the link below and follow the instructions provided. So you want to click on the link, and it'll take you to a page that looks like this, and there's my domain name that I just registered. You want to make sure your contact information is correct, and then you'll click this button right here. There we go. Thank you, the following contact data has been verified. Now let's go back to the tutorial. Okay guys, so the first thing we want to do is get to the default WordPress dashboard. This right here is SiteGround's dashboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, scroll down all the way to the bottom, and see where it says switch to default dashboard. We're going to click that. And now this is your default WordPress dashboard. Now I like to get rid of some of this stuff to clean it up a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this, and I'll close some of these here, and it just looks a little cleaner. If we go over here, click visit site, you can see this is the front end, and it's still pretty ugly. So we're going to fix that though, don't worry. So I'll go back to the dashboard. I just want to show you some things here. We want to switch to permalinks. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to settings, and we're going to go down here to permalinks. And what we want to do is we want to click at the post name, and I'll tell you why, because it just looks a lot better, it's a lot cleaner. You don't want someone coming to your website and let's say they click on your About Us page and they have this, you know, the year, the date, and everything. So it's also better for SEO, and it just looks cleaner. So once you do that, you're going to come down here and click Save Changes. All right, now we'll go back to the dashboard. And I'll just go through this real quick. First I want to do is show you how to change a profile. You can change your settings by going up here and clicking Edit My Profile. Or you can go over to Users and click Your Profile. And here you can change the color scheme of your backend. Only you're going to see that. So we could change it to blue. You see it changes blue over here. Midnight, Ocean. I'm going to keep it on default because I'm used to just staying with default. Down here you can't change your username, but you can add a first name, and you can put in your last name if you want. You can change your nickname, which I do suggest, because if you remember when I created my username, it's BrightBrain, which is what it's showing right now. So just to kind of protect your website from hackers and stuff so they don't know your username, I do suggest changing it, your nickname. So I'm going to change it just to Matt. And now down here you see it says display name publicly as. Now I can choose Matt Ryle, Matt Ryle, Ryle Matt, so I'll just choose Matt. And now you can see up here, it switched to Howdy Matt, which is what I want. You can also change your email here. I'm going to keep it the same. And down here you can generate a new password if you like. You can either use WordPress's generated password, or if I wanted to, I could delete this and put in a new password, which I'll do right now. Just to show you how to do that, and I'll make it stronger. And then when you're ready, you just update profile. Just remember that you change your password, so when you need to log back in, it'll be different if you do that. Over here, you can add users. Let's say you hired a writer to write blog posts for you, and you wanted to give them access to your dashboard, but you don't want to give them administrator access where they could change anything they wanted. You only want to give them access to the back end where they could write a blog post. So here you would give them a username. You would put in their email. You could put in the first name and last name of the author. You would create a password for them. You can send the new user an email about their account, which would send them their username and password. And here's the most important thing. You see it says role. You would give them either contributor or probably an author role. And then you would click add new user. You definitely would not want to give them an administrator role because that's the role that you have. That would allow them to do anything they want to the back end of your website. They could change anything they wanted. We don't want to do that, so that just shows you if you want to add a new user. So that's just a quick overview of the WordPress dashboard. After we install Divi and we start making pages and create a menu, I'll go into more in depth about the different features. Alright guys, so we've installed WordPress. Now it's time to download and install the Divi theme. So now I'm going to show you how to purchase a Divi theme and install it from your WordPress dashboard. So I just want to show you this here. So this is the page you'll come to when you click my affiliate link, and as you can see you get a 10% off discount. Now you may be asking yourself, well, why should I buy Divi? Well, two reasons. Number one, it's one of the most powerful drag and drop themes out there. There's so much you can do with Divi, so many kinds of websites you can build with it. Number two, it's the most popular WordPress theme used by websites in the world. Let me show you some statistics here. If you go to built with, it shows you some Divi statistics. This is Divi right here. This is a Divi theme. And this is every other theme that's being used. So you can see Divi is way ahead of everyone else. And in fact, if I scroll down here, you can see there are 1.2 million live websites using Divi. And there's 668,000 of those in the US alone. And down here you can see it's the most popular theme in the WordPress category in the US. And it's actually the most popular theme in the WordPress category on the entire internet. That's amazing. And you can see the second most popular is actually the Avada theme with only 589,000 websites using it. 2017, I don't count that because that's actually the default theme that comes every time you install WordPress. Let me just show you some business websites that have been built using Divi. It's this one right here, new design, St. Peter. I believe this is for hotels. Pretty nice. They have a full width map there. Here, this is a solopreneur website. It's like a coach. She does some coaching. This is a really cool website. It has a video header, which is really neat. And it has some cool CSS parallax action as you scroll down. Some nice colors too. This is a real interesting website, kind of quirky. If you look at the computer monitor and the typewriter and the printer, as I scroll, it has a really cool effect. And it's just a real creative website that was built using Divi. This is Elegant Themes. They're a Trustpilot. You can see they have 292 reviews. 88% of those reviews are excellent. Only 5% are bad, 2% poor. I mean, that's amazing. You can see their trust score is 9.4 out of 10, which is really high. And when you buy Divi, you also get all these layout packs. You actually get 123 layout packs, 918 total layouts. Layout packs are like pre-made pages. With one click, you load it, and then you can change the images and the text to whatever you want it to be. So I'll just scroll through these real quick. All different kinds of industries and all different kinds of categories. And as you can see, 589,000 customers are already building amazing websites with Divi. I mean, that's awesome. So if we go back here, one more thing I want to show you. You also get the extra magazine theme for free. You get the Bloom plugin, which is an email opt-in plugin, and the Monarch social sharing plugin. Plugins are like apps for your website. And down here, it says, what if I change my mind and want a refund? Well, no problem. Elegant Themes gives you a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied, you just send them an email and they'll refund your purchase right away. I mean, it's that simple. And they also have really great customer service. If you ever need help, you come down here, click this, and you can see I already asked them a question. You can ask them questions about anything you need about the website. How do I do this? If you get stuck when you're building something or on a feature, you just come here and you can start a new conversation and ask them a question. They'll get back to you pretty fast. So they have a yearly plan and they have a lifetime plan. The yearly plan is with the discount $80 a year. And the lifetime access, you only pay once and you have it for a lifetime for $224. And you get all these, like I said, all these extras, product updates. They update the product very frequently. Premium support. You can build unlimited websites for just your one payment a year. As many websites as you want with Divi. Same thing with the lifetime access, of course. And there's a risk-free guarantee. So go ahead and click the sign up today button. And here you create your account, username, email address, all that good stuff, your payment, and then you just press complete registration. So once you do that, I'll come back up here and you'll have to log into your account. And then you go to your downloads. And here's where you download the Divi theme. You can also download the Divi Builder plugin, the extra magazine theme, the Bloom and Monarch plugins. So we'll go ahead and download the Divi theme. Just click this button here. You can see it's downloading. And then once it downloads, you want to go to your download folder and you can see it right there. But I'm going to go back to WordPress and now we're going to install and activate the Divi theme. So we're going to go over to Appearance, click Themes. And you can see this is the default theme that's already on there that came with it when we installed WordPress. So you're going to click Add New. And the way the themes work is themes pretty much, they determine how your website's going to look. Plugins determine how your website will function. Like I said, plugins are like apps for your website. So these are all free themes. And you have popular. They're all categorized here. Here's one of the default WordPress themes. And they're nowhere near as good as Divi, I can tell you that much. You get what you pay for. That's why so many people use Divi. So to install Divi, we're going to come up here and click Upload Theme. And then you're going to click Choose File. And it should be in your Downloads folder. So you'll click it, click Open. And then now you can see it says divi.zip. And we'll click Install Now. Few seconds. You can see down here it's uploading. It's quite a big theme. Okay, and then once it's uploaded, you want to click the activate button. And there we go. There's Divi. Beautiful. And we have our, you have your documentation page. You can click this. And it'll take you to a bunch of tutorials and stuff. I'll click that off. You can see it's been activated. You can see the details here. So now we're going to go back to the dashboard and create some pages. So we're going to go to Pages, Add New. And the first page we'll create is a home page, of course. Type home. Click the Publish button. And then we'll add another one. There's two ways to do this. You can go up here where it says New and click Page. Or you can go over here, All Pages, and you can also click here, Add New. Next we'll do the About Us page. Publish. Next page. Do Services. And one of the services we'll offer is web design. Next is the blog page. And finally the contact page. And later on in the tutorial, we'll create a portfolio page. So now if I go to Pages, All Pages, you can see all the pages we just created. So let's go to our site. Now you can see it already looks better than the default WordPress theme. We have all these different pages. Some of them we don't want up here. This is our navigation menu. So let's make that look a lot better. So we'll go over to Appearance, Menus, and you want to give your menu a name. No one's going to see this, so you can name it whatever you want. I usually name mine Navigation Menu. Click Create Menu. And now we need to add our pages to the menu. So we're going to click View All, select all, and then click the Add to Menu button. And now you can see we have all these pages here added to the menu. You can see there's two home pages. The reason for that is WordPress actually creates a home page automatically when you install it. So we want this one. This one you see it says custom link. That's the one that WordPress created. So we're going to go ahead and drop down the menu there and click remove. And then save menu. And if you scroll down here to the menu settings, we're going to make this the primary menu. Save menu again. And now if I go back and refresh, looks a little better, but I don't want this sample page. So we're going to go back to menus and remove sample. This is kind of jumbled. I don't want it in this order. So obviously we want the home page first. So we're going to drag it up here. And then we'll have About Us. And then Services, Blog, and then Contact. Web Design is a subcategory. So we want to put that, since it's a service, we want to put that under Services. So I'm going to drag that up here, but I'm going to set it over here and let go. And now you can see it's a subcategory. So I'll click Save Menu. And now when I refresh the page here, you can see there's a drop-down menu here. And that takes us to the web design page under Services. So now, if I click on Home, we have our home page, About Us, services, web design, blog, and contact. You can customize your theme by going to My Blog, Theme Customizer. And I'll get into more detail on this after we start building with Divi. But if we go down here to where it says Homepage Settings, we want to make our homepage a static page. We don't want it to be our latest blog post. So we're going to click a static page, and then they're going to ask you, well, which page do you want to be your homepage? Obviously, you want it to be the homepage that we created. And then we're going to click Publish. Click the X. And now you can see the link is highlighted because that's the page we're on. Okay guys, before we start building the website with Divi, there's something I wanted to show you real quick that I forgot to show you before. So if we go back here to Menus, click on Dashboard, and if we come down here to Settings, click General. These are the general settings. Right here you can change your site title and your tagline, which shows up right here, as well as here. So you'll see as I type here, this is going to change. And you see it now, it says Bright Brand Creative. And I'll give it a tagline. Okay, and then down here, let's say you want to change your domain to www. So we would click here. And here as well. Now, if you do that, you have to make sure that both of these are exactly the same. You can't have one without the www and one with. If you do that, you're going to pretty much break your site and you won't be able to get back in, and you'll have to go into your cPanel. So just make sure these are exactly the same. In fact, if you want, you could copy this and then paste it here just to be safe. And if we go down here, here you can change your time zone and all that stuff. I'm not going to do that. So go down, click Save Changes. Now when I do this, it should kick me out and I'll have to log back in because the domain is going to be different. It's going to have the www. Up here now. So let's see. There we go. Okay, so I'll log back in. And you can see www. Bright Brand Creative. And there we go. And if I refresh this, now you can see it says Bright Brand Creative and it has my tagline right here. You can't see it because it's long, but you can see right down here. Okay, real quick, I just want to show you the tools I like to use when I'm building a website. The first one is Colorzilla. It's a browser extension. You can get it for Chrome or Firefox. It's this thing up here. If I click on it, and then anywhere I move the mouse, it's going to show the color in this square box up here. You can see yellow, orange, gray. And then if I click on a color, it copies a hex code to the clipboard. And then anywhere I need a color, I can paste that hex code and that color will show up. What you do is you just go to colorzilla.com and click on here. And you would click Install Colorzilla. And it should install automatically, but if it doesn't, on Chrome, you just go to More Tools, Extensions, and then it'll be in your extensions. You can see it's right here. Let me copy a color here. Do this yellow color. And then let's say I want to build a color palette for my website. You go to Google, type Adobe Color Wheel. Should be the first result that shows up. Click on it. Adobe Color Wheel is obviously created by Adobe. It's a really awesome website. So this would be my base color. See, I go here and paste the color that I just copied using Colorzilla. Hit enter. And you see here's the yellow color that I had copied. And then Adobe Color Wheel comes up with these other shades of that color. This is the analogous color palette. You have monochromatic, triad, complementary. See, it shows colors that complement, compound, and here they have shades of the same color. Mainly in web design, the general rule is you should only have 3 colors, and your main color should make up 60% of the colors on your website. Your secondary color should make up 30% of the colors on your website, and your last color, which is your accent color, should only make up 10%. Next, I want to show you where I go for beautiful color gradients. It's ugradients.com. And if you click here, show all gradients, they have a huge list of these beautiful color gradients. So I want to show you this one right here, J Shine. You can see it goes from blue to like a deep pink. And up here you can see it has each color in the gradient. Here's the blue. If you click it, it copies that hex code to the clipboard. Here's the purple, and then the deep pink. So that's a really cool website to go to if you're having trouble coming up with colors to create a color gradient. Canva is another awesome website. In web design, most people like to stick to 2, maybe 3 fonts. If you're having trouble coming up with font combinations, come down here, click here, and you can select from a list of fonts. Try Babis Nui. Okay, so here's the font I chose, and then Canva came up with Source Sans Pro, which is right here. And they give you an example of what it would look like on a web page. So you can see they complement each other real well. Let's do one more. Let's pick something really freaky. Here we go. So here's like an old English type font, and then they came up with Chaparral Pro, and then they give you an example of the 2 fonts here. So it's just an easy way to, come up with font combinations that go well together if you're having trouble thinking of that. Okay guys, so we've downloaded and installed the Divi theme. Now we're finally going to create our awesome website. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create the homepage. So we'll come up to this black menu bar. And by the way, you're the only one that sees this because you're the admin and you're logged in. Anyone else that comes to your website, they're not going to see this. So we'll click Enable Visual Builder. This is our tour. Kind of tells you how to do this and how to do that. But I'm going to show you all that stuff. So we can click Start Building. And here you can see they give you 3 options. Build from scratch, choose a pre-made layout, clone existing page. If you would click Choose a pre-made layout, those Divi Builder packs I told you about when you were signing up for Divi, it would show you all the different Divi Builder packs and you could choose one, and that would be your pre-made layout. But we're going to build from scratch, so we'll click Start Building. Normally I would insert a row, but first I want to put in my background image. So I'm going to close this off, come over here to the left and click the gear icon. I'm going to choose background. I'm going to click the image icon, and where it says add background image, I'm going to click that. And this is your media library. This is where all your images are going to be stored for your website. But first I have to upload it from my computer. So I'll click Select Files. And this is my background image. So I'm going to select it, click Open. And right now it's uploading onto my media library. Once you can see a thumbnail of the image, that means it's finished uploading. So I'll click Upload an Image. And now you can see my background image. But as you can see, you can only see part of it. So I want to put a little bit of padding there to bring more of it down. So I'm going to go to Design, Spacing. I'm going to go to Padding, Bottom, type in 275. And there you can see that added some padding. I'm going to click the green check mark, Save Changes. And now I want to put in some text blocks here. So I'm going to come over and click the green circle. This will add a new row. And because I want my text on the left side of the screen, I'm going to click a 2-column layout. And now I want to add a text module, so I'll come to the search bar and type text. Click text. And as you can see, it adds text. Whatever I type in here in the body is going to show up on screen in real time. So I'm going to delete this and type in my text. I'm going to hit enter for the next line. And now I want to align the text into the center. So I'll click here Now I want to make each of these a heading. So I'll highlight the first one, come up to where it says paragraph, and choose heading 1. I'll highlight the second one, come up and choose heading 2. And now I need to change the font, the color, and the size. So I'm going to come over here to design, click it, and when I hover over heading text, you can see it highlights it because it's heading text. So I'm going to click this down arrow. It defaults to heading 1. So I'm going to come down here and I want to change the font to Arial. And I want to make it light. Next, I want to change the color of the white. And I want to change the heading text size to 38. That looks good. Next, we'll go to heading 2. We'll click H2. And I'm going to change this to Arial as well. And this I want to be bold. I'm going to make it white as well. So I'll click white. And I'm going to change the text size to 48. Actually 46, I think. That looks good because that way they line up. Now I want this second line to be closer to this first line. So where it says heading 2 line height, I'm going to take it down a bit. And as I take it down, it'll move up. That looks good. As you can see, it kind of goes into my image here, but that's okay. We're going to fix that later. So I'm going to save changes, and I'm going to add another text block underneath. So I'll come up here, and I'll click this gray circle. And that allows me to add another module. So I'll click text again. And you can see it's another text module. So I'm going to come down and type in my next text block. Okay, that looks good. Everything's spelled correctly. So now we're going to go to Design, Text. I'm going to leave it on the default text font, but I want to change it to light. I want to change the color of the white. And I'm going to change the size to 20 pixels. There we go. Now, I'm going to save the changes. As you can see, my text is running right into the image here, and you can't see it because it's white on white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to move both of these text blocks over to here. And that's simple. We'll just go back to the text module, click the gear icon, go to Design, come down to Spacing, and here you have margin and padding. They're very similar. Margin is the spacing. You're going to change the spacing that's outside of the element, which would be this text block. So anything I change would change the spacing over here, top, bottom, left, right. Padding, it adds padding around your element. So let's say there was a rectangular line here, and I wanted to add space between the text and the rectangular line. I would add padding. So right now I'm going to change the margin, and what I want to do is simply come over where it says left, click, hold, and I'm just going to drag to the left. Just like that. To wherever I want it to be. That looks pretty good right there. We'll go to 375. That looks good. And I'm going to bring the top down. I want more space here. So I'm going to go to top and add some margin on top. If I drag to the right, it adds margin on top. If I drag to the left, it lessens the margin on top. So I'm going to drag to the right, and we'll take it to 75. You can also use these up and down arrows here too if you want to get more precise by just 1 pixel. That looks good. Now we want to do the same thing here. So I'll save the changes. I'll come over here, click the gear icon, Design, Spacing, And I want to move it to the left, so go to margin left, and I'll move it over here. And I want to line it up with the other text block. That looks good. 150. Now you can see as I did that, my text became wider. So now I need to add some padding to the right by clicking, holding, and dragging to the right. And I want it to line up with the text above it. I'm going to keep going. That looks good. I like that. Go to 220. So now you can see it. They're nice and uniform. They're lined up. Looks good. But there's still some space here. I want to lessen. So now I'm going to go to top margin. Click, hold, and I'll move to the left. And we'll take it to 10. Minus 10. That looks good. Okay. Now I want to add a button down here. So I'm going to save the changes here. And you can see there's some space here. I'm going to take care of that later. Right now I'm going to add a button. So I'll come over here. Click the plus circle. And this time I'm going to type button because I want a button module. Click button. And because my background is blue, you can't really see it, but there is actually a button here. See, it says click here. So I'm going to change the wording to learn more. So I'll highlight, delete, and type. Next, I want to change the color. So I'll go to design, come down here, and I'll go to button. This is where you make all your style changes to your button. I'm going to click use custom styles for button. Yes. And that opens up the menu to change the styles of the button. I'm going to keep the button text size, but I want to change the button color to white, the text color. Keep going down. I want to change the background color to green. So I'll click here, add background color. I'll click green. That's too light, so I'm going to drag this circle to wherever the color I want. That looks pretty good right there. Here you can also change the opacity. If I want to make it translucent. And this is saturation. All the way down to gray. So we keep that there. I'm going to come down. I don't want this white border. So where it says button border width, I'm going to take it to 0. And that gets rid of the white border. If I wanted, I could create a thicker border. Don't want that, it looks ugly. Button border color, since I don't have a border, I'm not going to add a color. But if I wanted to, I could put a color here. Any type of color you want, but I don't want that, so rid of the border. Button border radius, I want to have rounded sides. So I'm going to increase the radius. And as you see, as I increase the radius, the corners become more rounded. So I'm going to take it to 50, so it's more of an oval button. That looks good. Button letter spacing, I'll keep that there. I'll keep the default font. Show button icon, I do not want a button icon, so I'll click that off. Button text shadow, I want to put a text shadow underneath the button. I'm going to choose this one here. That looks good. I can change the horizontal shadow strength. I'm going to undo the changes there. The vertical. I'm going to undo that and leave it. That looks good. That looks good. Now, what I want to do is move it to the left. So I'm going to come over to the left margin, click, hold, and come to the left. Minus 150, that looks good. Next, I'm going to go back here, close that, and let's put a box shadow on the button, and I want to animate the box shadow. So I'm going to choose this box shadow here, click that, and you can see it puts a box shadow underneath. And I'm going to come down here. I want to animate the box shadow so that when you hover over the button, the box shadow appears. There's no box shadow, and then when you hover it, there is a box shadow. It'll be a cool little effect. So what I need to do is I need to come over here to box shadow vertical position, and you see this arrow with the circle around it? I'm going to click that. That allows you to create a hover effect. So default is before you hover, and hovers, you would click hover to put what you want it to do after you hover. So for default, I'm going to keep that at, I'm going to put that to 0, because I don't want the shadow till you hover over it. And then for hover, I'm going to put it to 12. And as you can see, as I slide to the right, the shadow becomes longer. So I'll put that to 12. That looks good. Next, I want to change the box shadow blur strength. So I'm going to click the hover icon again. For default, I'm going to keep that at 6. Change it to 6. And for the hover, when you hover over it, I want it to be much more blurred, so change it to 18. So default, you don't see it. Hover, you do see it. Same here. Default, you don't see it. And hover, you do. That looks good. I'm going to keep everything else the same. And next I want to add some animation. So I'm going to come over here, animation, click the down arrow. I'm going to click slide because I want it to slide. But I want it to slide up. So I'm going to go to animation direction and click here and choose up. And now it'll slide up when the page loads. And I'm going to delay it by 500 milliseconds. There we go. And I'll keep everything else the same. I like that. That looks good. Once I'm done, I'll save the changes by clicking here. Now I want to come down here and I'll click this purple circle, and that opens the menu. And I want to click the save button to make sure I save my changes for the whole page. I want to move these text blocks over just a little bit more. So I'm going to go back, design, spacing, move it to the left, go to 400, 25, that looks good. This one, design, spacing, 175, move this up. Looks good. And I want to move my button over as well. Design, spacing, to the left. Take it to 175. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And you can see it's saved now. Next, I want to add a parallax display. So I'm going to come back up here, and I want to make the background parallax so that when I scroll down, it looks like this is moving over top while the background is moving as well. So I'm going to come over here to the gear icon, click it, go to background, and you can see there's my background image. And now I want to use a parallax effect, so I'll click yes, and there we go. You see that got rid of the space that was between my image, background image, and the next section. And I'm going to keep it on true parallax. Save the changes, come down here, click save. That looks good. I like that. That looks really nice. Next, I want to add a divider. So I'm going to come over here, click the gear icon in the section module, go to design, dividers, open that up. And I want to put the divider on the bottom, so I'm going to click bottom. And here I'm going to choose a divider style. Divi has tons of dividers. They give you a very long list here. I want to choose this one here, a wave divider. That looks nice. I'm going to keep the color like it is, white. But I want to change the divider height. I want to make it a little bit more wavy. So I'm going to click and just drag over until I have it where I want it. Keep it at 150. That looks nice. I don't want to flip the divider. Save the changes. Save the changes. That looks good. One thing I forgot to do is I want to add a color animation to my button so that when you hover it over it, it lightens in color. So I'm going to design, come down to button, and where it says button background color, I'm going to click the hover icon. And for the hover color, I want to make it lighter. So we'll come down here and I'll just drag this up so it's a little bit lighter. That looks good. Click the check mark. And now, default, hover. I like that. Save the changes. Save the changes. That looks good. Beautiful. Okay, let's create our next section. So I'm going to come down here, click the blue circle. I'm going to choose regular, and I'm going to choose a 4-column setup. I'm going to close this. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to click the gear icon for the row setting. Here are our 4 columns. I'm going to click the gear icon for the second column, and I want to give it a background color of black, but when you hover over it, it'll turn white. So we'll click the hover icon, and we'll give the color, default color, black. And then for the hover color, we're going to make it white. And then I'm going to come up here, click these 3 dots, and choose copy background. And I'm going to go back. And right here, I'm going to right click in the 3rd column, paste item styles. And you can see it pasted it. I'm going to go back. And then click on the 4th column, right click, paste item styles. And same thing. Okay. So we'll go back. Then we're going to go to design, and I'm going to change the sizing. I'm going to equalize the column heights, and I'm going to make them with 90%. Oops. Copy that. I'm going to make the max width 90% as well. There we go. I'm going to save that. Okay, so I'm going to create a text module in the 1st column. Click text. Here's our text. I'm going to type in my text. I'm going to highlight that, and I'm going to make it heading 2. I'm going to go into design, heading text, scroll down here, and I'm going to go to H2, and I'm going to make this Montserrat. That's going to be the font. I'm going to start to type it, and you can see it shows up. So click it. There we go. I'm going to make it ultralight. I'm going to make it black, and I'm going to make the size 40. That looks good. I like that. Everything else here is good. I'm going to go back to close this. I'm going to go down to animation. And I want it to slide to the right. Just like that. We'll save that. Next, I'm going to create a divider. So I'll click the plus sign here. Type divider. I'll click it. I want to show the divider. Go to design. And for the line, I'm going to give it a color of DE. That looks good. And next I want to give it a spacing. I want to move it up a bit, so we'll go to spacing, top margin, minus 25. There we go. Scroll down here. I'm going to create another text module. Click it. And this time I'm going to copy and paste some lorem ipsum into the body. So I'll delete that. And I have my lorem ipsum already saved. So I'll go to my website page, pages, home page, feature section, text, open my notes here, and you can see the lorem ipsum for the second text module is right here. So I'm going to copy this, go back to the website, I'm going to paste it right in the body. There we go. I'm going to go to design and text. I'm going to make the font Montserrat, light. I come down here and I'm going to make the color dark gray. That looks good. And I'll make the text size 16. Then I'm going to close this and I'll come down to spacing and I want to move it up further, so I'm going to give it a margin top of minus 35. That looks good. Save that. Now I'm pretty lazy, so what I'm going to do, I want to make another divider, but instead of making a brand new divider, I'm just going to clone this one and then drag it below text module there. There we go. I'm going to create another text module. Click it. And again, I'm going to put lorem ipsum in here as dummy text. Oops. Here it is right here. Copy that. Paste. Go to design, text. And this time I'm going to make this Arial font. There we go. And I'm going to make this light. Give it a light gray color. And 16 pixels as well. That looks good. And I'm going to save that. Actually, I'll go to spacing. And I will move that up as well. So minus 35 pixels for the top margin. That looks pretty good. We'll save that. Actually, I don't want to save that yet. Let's give it some animation. I'm going to make this slide to the right as well. And I want to give it a 200 millisecond delay. And this one I want to, let's see here. If it will let me. Nope. Okay, if this ever happens where you can't get to your module, what you can do is you come down here to the menu and click this little icon. This will take you to the wireframe. And here's where that text module is. You can see the divider above and below it. So I'll click the gear icon here. And I want to give this animation as well. And I can turn this off so that I can see it. So we'll go down, animation. And I want to make this one slide to the left. And I'll give this a 100 millisecond delay. That way, this one will slide to the right first, this will slide to the left, and this will slide to the right after this one. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Now, Let me see, I'm going to save the page. That looks pretty good. I like how that's looking. Actually, you know what? I want to move this closer up. So I'll have to do the wireframe again. Text. Click that off. Design. Spacing. And let's move this closer. That looks pretty good. -50. Come here to this one. Spacing. -50. There we go. Save that. And I'm going to save it here. That looks good. I like that. Now let's create some nifty little blurbs. So we'll click this gray circle. Start typing blurb. Click blurb. Give it a title. Let's add an image. So we'll click image and icon. We'll trash this. Click add image. Upload files. Select files. I'm going to add this image here. Click open. Click upload an image. There's our beautiful image. Let's go to design and we'll style the title text. Click title text. I'm going to leave the font default. I'm going to make this ultra bold. I'm going to center align the text. And since we're going to make the background white when we hover over it, we're going to have to change the text color on hover. So we'll come up here, click the hover icon. For default, I want the text to be white, but when we hover over it, I want it to be dark gray. So I'll change this to dark gray. Looks good. I'm going to change the size to 24 pixels. That looks good. Now let's style the body text. I'm going to make it light. Center align the text. Click the hover icon. On default, I want it to be white, but on hover, I want it to be light gray. Change the color here. Looks good. And I'll change the size to 16 pixels. There we go. Now let's add a box shadow. Click box shadow. I'm going to choose this one. I'm going to make the box shadow vertical position 0 because I don't want to see it until we hover over it. And let's add a hover effect for the box shadow blur strength. So we'll click the hover icon. On default, it's going to be 0. And on hover, we want the box shadow to be 18 pixels. As you can see, you can barely see the box shadow. So we're going to change the box shadow color, make it a little darker. There we go. That looks good. Now let's add some animation. Click animation. Click slide. And I want it to slide up. And I want the animation opacity, starting opacity, to be 100%. There we go. Save the changes. Now instead of creating brand new blurb modules with changing the text and everything, we're going to clone this one. Then we're going to drag it over here. We'll clone this one. Drag it over here. Now all we have to do is change the image and the text. Change the title. Change the image. Upload files. Select files. I'm going to select this image here. Click upload an image. And this time I'm going to change the animation. So we'll put in 300 milliseconds. Save the changes. Choose this image. Click upload an image. Oh, that's beautiful. milliseconds. And as you can see, because we copy and pasted, the opacity is already at 100%, so we don't have to change that. Click to save changes. That looks good. Come down here, click save. That looks good, but there's just one problem. As you can see, this text goes right up against the border of the blurb module. I don't like that. It makes it look crowded. Come up to the gear icon. Click design, come down, click spacing, and here where it says padding, I can start to add padding around the text. That looks much better. The only problem is I don't want the padding to be around the image. So I'm going to click the red X so that my changes aren't saved. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some custom CSS so that we'll have padding around the text, but not around the image. And don't worry, I provide the custom CSS in the video description below the video, and I'll show you right now where to copy and paste it. So I'm going to go ahead and save. I'm going to come up here to the dashboard, go down to Divi, click Theme Options, and this is your Divi Theme Options. We'll come up here to Builder, click Advanced, click Enable the latest builder experience, and click Enable Classic Editor. Save changes. You'll see the check mark. Come back to the front page. Click Exit Visual Builder. Click Edit Page. And here you see the wireframe editor. We're going to scroll all the way down here, and where it says switch back to Classic Divi Builder, we're going to click that. And this is a Classic Divi Builder. Up here you'll see a hamburger menu. It's the settings menu. I'm going to click that. And we're going to scroll down to where it says Custom CSS. And now I'm going to open my website folder. Pages, Home Page, Feature Section, Custom CSS. I'll open this. And here's the custom CSS we're going to copy and paste right in there. So copy. Close this. Then I'm going to right click and paste. And you can see it pasted the custom CSS. Click Save. Click Update. Now we're going to click View Page. And now we're back on the front end of the page. Click Enable Visual Builder. I'm going to scroll down, open this up. Now we have to add the CSS class in order for the CSS to take effect. You can see nothing's happened yet. So we'll go up to the row module, click the gear icon, click Advanced, CSS ID and Classes, and here's the CSS class. So I'm going to come back, and here it says Custom CSS class to add to row. I'm going to highlight that, right click, copy, right click, paste. Save the changes. You can see still nothing's happened. We need to come up here to the blur module, click the gear icon, Advanced, CSS ID and Classes, CSS class, come back over here, Custom CSS class to add to blurb. I'm going to highlight it, right click, copy, right click, paste. Now you can see it's taken effect. And it hasn't added any padding to the image, only around the text. So I'm going to click these three dots here, copy CSS class, save my changes, and now I'm just going to right click on the menu here, paste CSS class, right click, paste CSS class. B-E-A, beautiful. Now I'm going to click Save. I'm going to come up here, exit the Visual Builder, and now I'm going to refresh so you can see our cool animation. Look at that. That looks great. Now we'll create the Extras Included section. So we'll go up here to the top, click Enable Visual Builder, scroll down, and we'll create a new section by clicking this blue circle. I want it to be a regular section, and I want it to be a 1-column row. And I'll create a text module. Click Text. For now I'm going to close this, because first I want to put in my background, and it's going to be a color gradient overlay. So I'll come over here, click the gear icon, click Background, and if I click here, it allows me to add a background gradient. This is the default gradient color, but I want to change the colors. So I'll click the first color, and I have my colors saved. So I'll go to my website folder again. Colors. Open this. And here's my first color. So I'll copy it. Close this. I'm going to highlight the hex code here. Right click. Paste. Click the green check mark. Now add my second color. Copy, close this, highlight, right click, paste, click the green check mark. There we go. If I come down here, I can change some of the settings of the gradient. I can make it radial if I want, and you can see it's purple here, but then it comes out to light blue on the edges. I'll leave it linear. Here I can change the gradient direction just by moving this toggle slider. I'm going to make mine 25 degrees. Here I can change the start position, make it 40%, and here I can change the end position. You can see it goes from blur to sharp. So I'm going to leave it at 60%. And here you can see it's purplish, and here it's blue. And because I want it to be over top of my image, I'm going to click this button here, Place Gradient Above Background Image, so that when I add my background image, the gradient will be above it. And I'm going to do that right now. Click Add Background Image, Upload Files, Select Files, and here's my background image. Click Upload an Image. You can already see the color gradient over top of the image. It looks pretty. Okay, I'm going to save that. Don't have much room here. So I'm going to come down here, and you see when the cursor arrow changes, I'm going to click and drag. I keep doing this. Give myself enough room. Okay. Now I'm going to add the text module here. So click the gear icon. Delete this. I'm going to center the text. And now I'm going to add it as a heading 4. Go to Design, Heading Text. I'll click H4 since it's a heading 4. I'm going to change the font. I'll use Montserrat. I'll keep it regular. I want the text color to be white. Text size is good. I want to add a text shadow. So I'll choose this one. And I want the shadow to be a little bit lower. So I'll change this to 0.15. And you can see it brings it lower, further away from the text. Okay, that looks good. Now I want to add a divider. So you can see it's not letting me add another text module or divider module. So what we'll do is we'll click this purple menu, come over here to the wireframe icon, click that, And here's our section we're working on right now. So I'll click this gray circle to add a new module. Type in divider. Click divider. And I can close this. Scroll down. And you can see our divider. So I'm going to change it to white. And I want to change the size. I want the max width to be 12%. I want it to align in the center. Now, as you can see, when I click, nothing happens. Because I'm not going by script, sometimes these things happen as you're building a website, but nothing to worry about. Add the 0 here. I'm going to go to the back end and I'll show you how to change it on the back end. So we'll save our changes. Save this. I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. Click Edit Page. And I'll scroll down. Here's our divider. We'll click the module settings. We'll go to Design. Scroll down. And we need to get to module alignment right here. So I'm going to type in center. I should type that in. Save and exit. And now if I scroll up, I can preview the changes to make sure it worked. There we go. You can see it's in the center now. So I'll click this off. And now we have to update the page. And you can either click View Page here or View Page here. Once it finishes updating, there we go. I'll click View Page. Scroll down. And now we can enable the Visual Builder again. It's a little bit lower than I want it, so I'm going to click the gear icon and I'll change the spacing and I'll bring it up further by typing in -25 for the top margin. I'll save that. Save the page. There we go. Now we'll create the second text module. So I'll come over here and you can see it's kind of giving me trouble. So we'll have to go to the wireframe again. Click the gray circle. Type text. Click text. Turn off the wireframe. Scroll down. Type in my text. I want to make this bold, so I highlight and then click B. See, it makes it bold over here. It's kind of hard to see. I'm going to leave it as a paragraph. I want to center it though. I'm going to go to Design, and this time, since it's a paragraph, we're just going to go to Text. I'm going to make the font Montserrat, and this time I want it to be light. I want the text to be white. I just change the text size to 36. Make it nice and large. There we go. That looks good. And I'm going to add the text line height. I'm going to make it 1.8. Bring it a little bit lower. And I'll add a text shadow as well. That's looking beautiful. Okay. And I want to bring it up a little bit higher. So we're going to go to spacing. And we'll bring it to -25 as well. There we go. Click Save. Save the changes. Save here. That's looking nice. I like how that's looking. Now, before I add the blurb modules, I want to give this a parallax display. So what I want to do is, when I scroll this, I want this background image to move independently from the foreground text and whatever else I have on the foreground, which will be blurbs. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to come in here to the section module, click the gear icon. But if I go to background image, and I click use parallax effect, which is what we want, you can see that we lose our color gradient overlay. Unfortunately, as of now with Divi, right out of the box, you can't have the parallax effect with the color gradient overlay. But don't worry, I'm going to give you some CSS code I provided in the video description below the video. And right now I'm going to show you exactly where to copy and paste it so that we can have the best of both worlds. We'll have our parallax effect and our beautiful color gradient overlay. So I'm going to turn this off for now. And I'm going to save this. Save the page. And we're going to have to go to the back end. So we'll exit the Visual Builder. We'll click Edit Page. I'm going to click the Settings menu again. And here you can see it says Custom CSS. So I'm going to scroll down. Give us some extra room. And now I'm going to go to my Custom CSS, which is in my website folder again. Homepage, Extras Included section, Custom CSS. I'll open this. And this is our custom CSS right here. So you want to highlight, right click, copy, close that, come in here, right click, paste. Then you want to save, update, and now we'll go to View Page, enable Visual Builder, we'll scroll down, go back to the section module, click the gear icon, go to Advanced tab, CSS ID and classes, and now we have to put in the CSS class so that our custom CSS works. So go back here. Here's our custom CSS class that we put in the section module. So we highlight this, right click, copy, right click, paste. Save the changes. And you can see nothing's happened yet because I haven't turned on the true parallax yet. So we'll go over here to the gear icon, background, image, scroll down, use parallax effect, and there we go. Save the changes. And now you can see we have our beautiful parallax background with our color gradient overlay on top of it. And as I scroll, you can see it looks like it moves independently from the foreground. I'm going to click here, click Save to save our changes. And there we go. It's looking very professional. Now let's create some sassy little blurb modules. So we'll come over here, click the green circle to add a new row. This time I'm going to use a 3-column setup. And since I'm creating a blurb, I'll start typing blurb. Click blurb. I'm going to give my blurb a title. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to leave the dummy text there. Click image and icon. And this time, instead of an image, I want to use an icon. I'll click use icon. As you can see, Divi gives you plenty of icons to choose from. I'm going to scroll down here and choose a headphone icon. That looks good. Now I want to style my icon, so I'll go to design, image and icon. I'm going to change the color. I'm going to click the green check mark. Now I'm going to style the title text. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat. I'm going to change the weight to light. I'm going to change the text color to white. And I'm going to change the text size to 30. Make it nice and big. I also want to center align the text. And I want more space between the title text and the body text. So I'm going to change the title line height to 1.8. And as you can see, as I move to the right, the space gets larger. That looks good. Now let's style the body text. I'm going to change the font to Arial. I'm going to leave it regular. Change the color of the white. And I'm going to change it to 16 pixels. That looks good. I'm going to save that. Now I'm going to add a button. So I'll click this gray circle to add a button module. Click button. I'm going to change the button text. I'm going to link to my button. For the sake of this tutorial, I'll just put a hashtag here. Otherwise, I would type out the URL of the link. Now I want to style my button. So I'll go to Design. I'm going to center align my button. So I'll click here. Click Button. And I'm going to click Use Custom Styles for Button. I'm going to leave the button text size at 20. I'm going to change the button text color to match my icon. Click the green check mark. For the button background color, I don't want there to be any color until the person hovers over it. So we're going to come up here and we're going to click the hover icon, which is this arrow. For default, I don't want any color, but for hover, I'm going to click hover and I'm going to add a background color for the button. I'm going to click the green check mark. So if I click default, there won't be any color, but then when the person hovers over it, you'll see the background color. That looks nice. I'm going to change the button border radius. I want some more rounded corners here. So I'm going to take this slider and slide to the right, and you can see the corners become more rounded. The button letter spacing, I'm going to change to 1. I want more spacing between the letters. That looks good. And I'm going to go up here, close this, and I want my button to be just a little bit lower. So we'll go to spacing, and I'm going to give it a top margin of 35. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to save the page. Now as you can see, my elements here, my icon, my text, and my button, just look like they're floating on the page. That doesn't look very nice. I want to have some more structure. I want to put a background color behind it. So I'm going to come up here to the green menu for the row settings, click the gear icon. I'm going to go to Design, Sizing, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a custom gutter width. And I'm going to change this to 4. And I'm going to equalize the column heights as well. I'm going to go back to Content, and I'm going to go to the gear icon for the first column, and I want to give my column a background color, so I'll click Background, and I'm going to give it a background color of black, but I don't want this black block here, so I'm going to change the opacity by clicking the gear icon, and this is the opacity slider, so I'm going to slide this down, and you'll see as I slide down it becomes more transparent. I'll take it down to 33. That looks good. Click the green check mark. Next, I don't want these sharp corners. So I'm going to go back to Design. I'm going to go to Border. And I'm going to change this to 4 pixels. And you can see as I increase the pixel count, my corners become more rounded. But I'm going to keep it at 4. That looks nice. Finally, I want to have more space between, you can see how the text goes right up against the block here, the edge. I want to have some space between there, all around. Same with the icon and the button on the right side. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to go to spacing, and I'm going to add some padding. I'll add 15 pixels. And you can see now I have some nice space between my elements and the block background here. That looks good. I'm going to go back to content. And now, instead of clicking here, creating a new blurb, changing the title, creating another button, doing all the styling, and same here, there's an easier way to do that, quicker and easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to column settings. And these are the settings for the second and third column, which would be right here and right here. So we're going to trash those. And now I'm going to clone the first column, and I'll clone the second column. And now you can see we have our 3 columns exactly the same, and now I just have to change the title and the icon. So we'll do the second one first. I'm going to save the changes here. I'm going to go in here, click the gear icon, change the title. I'm going to scroll down here, click image and icon, and I'm going to choose a different icon for this one. Let's see here. I'm going to choose this picture icon. There we go. Save the changes. Go to the last column. Click the gear icon. Change my title. I'm going to scroll down. Click image and icon. And I'm going to give this a different icon as well. And let me see, the icon I want is right here. There we go. That looks nice. Save the changes. Okay. I changed my mind. I want my button text to be all capitals. So there's an easy way to change all 3 buttons at once. I'm going to click the gear icon on the first button. I'm going to go to Design, Button. I'm going to come down here, and where it says Button Font Style, I'm going to click this button here. And you can see it changes all capitals. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to click these 3 dots. I'll show you how to extend the button styles. Let's click Extend Button Styles. And I want to extend the styles of this button to all the buttons, but not all the buttons throughout the page, because then we would change the button in the header that we already made. So I'm going to change this to this row. I'm going to change all the buttons in this row. When we're ready, we click Extend, and you can see it changed these to a capital as well. Simple as that. Divi makes it so quick and easy. I'm going to save the changes, and I'm going to save the page. I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. And now you can see our beautiful parallax color overlay as we scroll. And when I hover over these buttons, you see the background color change. One more thing, I want to get rid of this icon. So go back, click Enable Visual Builder. I'm going to come down here, and again I'm going to extend the styles. So I'll go here, Design, Button, Show Button Icon. I'm going to click that to no. Click these 3 dots. This time I'm going to copy the Show Button icon. I'll show you how to do this a different way. Save this. I'm going to right click here, paste Show Button icon, right click, paste Show Button icon. Now I'm going to save the page by clicking this purple circle. That opens up the menu. Click Save. I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. And now when I hover, it doesn't show the button icon. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Looks too cluttered. I'm going to get rid of these. And get rid of this as well. That looks good. And now we'll go back and enable the visual builder. I like that. That looks really good. Now let's create the Optimize for Speed section. So we'll come down here, we'll click the blue circle to add a new section, and we'll click regular because we want a regular section. I'm going to make this a 1-column row. I'm going to switch this off, scroll down, and I want to put in my background image first. So I'll come over here and click the gear icon, click background, click the image icon, and click add background image. I'll come up here and click upload files, and then select files. Here's my image on my computer. Once my image is done uploading, I'll come down here to the right and click upload an image. And now you can see my background image. I'll save the changes, but as you can see we only see part of my image. So what we need to do is we need to take the mouse and come up here between the two sections until it changes, click, and then drag up. Make sure you hold the mouse button as you do this. And I want it right there. So now if I scroll down, you see my entire background image. I'm going to come up here to the row, click the gray circle, and I'm going to add a text module. Click text, and here you see our text appears right away. That's the dummy text that's in the body here. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to type the text that I want. I'm going to highlight the text. I'm going to center align it. And I want it to be a heading 2, so I'll come up here to where it says paragraph, click, and then choose heading 2. I also want to italicize the word speed, so I'll highlight it and click italic. I'll come up to the design tab, click heading text, and because it's a heading 2, I need to click H2. You can see it highlights it. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat and the font weight to ultra bold. I'm going to make it white, and I'm going to change the text size to something large. Let's make it 42 pixels. That looks good. But I want to add a text shadow. So I'll come down here, and I'm going to try this one. That looks nice. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to add a new row by clicking this green circle. This time I'm going to choose a 3-column setup. I'm going to close this because I want to make the row wider. So I'll come up here to the gear icon, click it. I'll go to design, sizing, come down here, and I'm going to change the width and the max width to 90%. There we go. You can see it made it wider. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to come back into this column, click the gray circle, and I'm going to add a blurb. I don't want an image, so I'm going to come down here to image and icon, and I'm going to hit the trash can. I'm going to come back up here, click text, and I'm going to give my blurb a title. That looks good. Now I want to add some text to the body here. I'm going to delete this and add some lorem ipsum. So I'll go to my website folder on my computer. Go to Pages. I'll go to the Home page. And I'll go to Optimize for Speed section. I'll go to Text. And I'll open this. And here's the lorem ipsum I want to copy and paste. So copy. Close this, come in here, right click, paste. By the way, if you want to find lorem ipsum online, it's really easy. Just go to Google, type lorem ipsum generator. Come down here and you can generate how many paragraphs you want. We'll say 2 paragraphs and click generate. Then you just highlight it, click copy, or right click copy, and you can come in here and paste. Right click and paste. Since I already have lorem ipsum there, I'm not going to do that. Next, I'm going to go to design. I'm going to go to title text. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat, and I'll keep it on regular. Actually, I'll make it bold. That looks good. I'm going to come down, change the text color to black, and I'm going to change the text size to 21. That looks nice. I also want to give it a title line height. I want more room between the title and the text, the body text. So I'll take this, I'll just slide it to the right, and you can see it creates more room as I slide. That increases the line height. I'll put it down to 1.5. That looks good. Next, I'm going to scroll up, close this, and go to body text. I'm going to keep the body text as default and regular. I'm going to make it black, and I'm going to change it to 16 pixels. That looks good. Save the changes. Now I want to go back here and I want this to animate. I want it to slide in from the left really fast and then stop because it says optimized for speed. So I'm going to go back here to this text module. I'm going to click the gear icon. I'm going to go to design, scroll down, click animation, and I want it to slide. I want it to slide to the right. So I'll change the direction to right. I'm going to change the intensity to 100% because I want it to go really fast. And I'll change the opacity to 100%. That looks good. Save the changes. Come down here, I'll click the circle to open the menu. And I'll save the page. I'm going to get rid of this. And let's take a look. That looks good. I like how that's coming along. Okay guys, let's create a bar counter. A bar counter is a cool way to show statistical information on your website. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this gray circle. And I'm going to type in bar counter. Actually, I'll just type in bar. We'll click bar counters. Bring this over here. I'm going to click the gear icon. And I'll type my first title. Actually, I'm lazy, so I'm not going to type it. I'm going to copy and paste it. Paste, change the percent to 46. I'm going to go back out here, go to design, click bar, and here's where I can change the bar background color, this part right here. So I'm going to click here, and I'll change it to dark blue. That looks good. Click the green check mark, close this, come down here to title text, and I want to change the title text color to black. And the size to 14. There we go. That looks good. I'm going to go back to content. Go back into the bar counter by clicking the gear icon. And I'm going to come down here. And now I want to change the background color of this part right here. So I'll click background. Add background color. And actually instead of doing that, I'll just come down here and I want to change it to white. Now, you can see it's kind of hard to see against the white background here, this part. This part's not too bad, but this part, you can't really see it. So I'm going to fix that by going into design, box shadow, and I'm going to choose a second box shadow. There we go, that's better. That looks much better. I'm going to go back to content, I'm going to go back to bar counter settings, and now I want to clone this 4 times because I want to have 5 of these that look exactly the same but just different information. So I'm going to click this button here. This is a clone button. 4 times. There we go. Now I just have to go into each of these and change the information. Okay, there we go. That looks good. So I'm going to save the changes. Next, I want to create a circle counter right here and right here. So I'm going to come into the second column here, click the gray circle, and I'm just going to type circle. Click circle counter. And here's where I'm going to put in the information, my title. And then I'm going to change the number, which will be right here, the percentage. Okay. Now we need to stylize the text. So we'll go to design, circle, and here I can change the circle color. I'm going to change it to green. I don't like that. It's a little too dark. I have a better idea. Let me see. I'm going to click this here. Save the changes. And I'll go ahead and use ColorZilla up here. And let's try this color here. There we go. That looks better. Click the check mark. That's fine. I'm going to go to title text. I'm going to change the title text color to white. And the title text size, I'll leave it 16. I'm going to go to number text. And you can see it highlights the number here. That's a cool thing. Wherever you go, it'll show you what you're about to change. So number text, change that to white. That looks good. I'm going to save that, and I'm going to clone it because I want to put one down here and change the information. So I'll hit the clone button, hit the gear icon, change the title, and I'll change the number. Sweet. Click Save Changes. Save the page. That looks good. I like that. Now we're going to create the testimonials section. Testimonials are a great way to show social proof on your website, such as positive reviews left by your past customers. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a new section. So I'm going to scroll down here, come down here, click the blue circle to add a new section, click regular. And I'm going to add a 1-column row, and I'll add a text module. Click text, and I'm going to click this off right now because first I want to put in a color gradient overlay for my background. So I'll come over here, click the gear icon, click background, click the color gradient overlay icon, click add background gradient, and you can see Divi adds a default color gradient overlay. Down here, I'm going to select my first color for the gradient, so I'll click here. And I'm going to open a new tab and show you guys uigradients.com. uigradients.com is a really cool site to give you good ideas about color gradients. They have a huge list of color gradients to choose from. Okay, so this is UI Gradients. First thing you want to do is come up to the left, click Show All Gradients. And that shows you a huge list of color gradients, and you can just scroll through and look at these gradients, find one you like. Let me see, the one I'm going to use is down here, Nepal. So I'll click Nepal, and up here you can see the 2 colors of the gradient. So I'll click the first one, that'll copy it to the clipboard. I'll come back here, I'll highlight the hex code, right click, paste. And you can see it added the color gradient. I'll click the green check mark, come down here, I have my second color. Come back here, click the right color. I'm going to close this. I'll highlight this, right click, paste. And there's the second color. So I'll save the changes. And that looks pretty nice so far. I'm going to come back here, click the text module gear icon. And I'm going to move this over so you can see. Come down here, I'm going to put in my text. I'm going to highlight it, center align it, and I'm going to give it a heading 4. So I'll come up here where it says paragraph, click, and choose heading 4. That makes it nice and big. I'm going to click the design tab. I'll click heading text, and here I can stylize the heading. I'm going to choose H4 because it's a heading 4. And I'm going to give it a Montserrat font. That's good. I'll leave the font weight regular. I'm going to come down here. Oops. That happens, you just come back. It looks like I accidentally deleted it, so I'll come back here. And it's all, oh, there we go, it's already in there. So come back to design, heading text, H4. Sometimes the scroll bar is kind of skinny, so it's hard to hold on to it. Let me see. I'm going to make the color white. And I'm going to give it a text shadow. I'll choose this one here. That looks good. I'm going to save that. And now I'm going to add a divider. But if I come down here, you can see there's no green circle, or I'm sorry, no gray circle that shows up, so I can add a new module. So I'll come over here and click this icon here. This is the wireframe view. And here's the section we just added. And you can see now I have a gray circle to add a new module. So I'll click that. Type in divider. And now I can close this. I'll scroll down here. I'm going to click design, line. I'm going to make the divider white. I'll close that. Here you can choose the line style, solid. I could choose double. Let me see. Inset. Dotted if I want to. I'm going to keep it solid. And the line position, can make it vertically centered like that. I'm going to keep it top though. Could also do bottom. And keep top position. Next, I'm going to choose sizing because I want it. It's too wide. I want it to be less wide. So I'll come down here to max width. I'm going to make it 10% wide. There we go. And I don't want it over there. I want it under my testimonials. So I'll choose the module alignment. I'll click center. Beautiful. Come down here and I'll make the height 0 pixels. Like that. I want it to be closer to testimonials. I don't want this much space. So I'm going to come up here, close this, come down to spacing. And for the top margin, I'm just going to click and drag to the left. As you can see, it comes closer. Minus 25, that looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And now I want to add another text module. But when I try and click this gray circle down here, here we go. Perfect. Click that. Start typing text. Click text. I'm going to scroll down here. I'll delete this. Type in my text. Make sure everything's spelled correctly. It is. I'll highlight it, center align it, and I'm going to make it bold this time. And now I'm going to stylize the text. So I'll click design, go to text, and I'm going to choose Montserrat again. Keep everything consistent. And this time I'll make the weight light. That looks good. Lightweight. I'm going to make it white. And I'm going to change the text size to 36. I want it nice and big. There we go. That looks good. Now I want to add a text shadow. But first I want to change the line height. I want a little bit more space between this text and the divider. So I'll just click up once. There we go. I'll choose this text shadow. And I'm going to change the vertical length. I want a little bit less. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Now I want less space between this text and the divider. So I'll close this, come down to spacing. And again, the top margin, I'm going to lessen it. So I'll bring it back up here to make it 15, minus 15. That looks nice. I'm going to save the changes. And I'll save the page. And take a look at it. That looks good so far. I love the color gradient overlay. I guess it's not an overlay, it's just color gradient background. And I like our text shadow and everything. So let's keep going. Next, we're going to create our testimonials. So I'll come down here. I'll add a new row by clicking the green circle. And this time I'm going to choose a 4-column setting. And I'm going to start typing in testimonial. Click testimonial. And I'm going to save this because I want to click it off here for a second and show you something. Now, I don't want my testimonial to be this skinny, and the reason it's showing up this skinny is because the columns are slim. Okay, I want my columns to be wider, and so they come out here. Okay, so in order to do that, I'll have to come up here to the row setting, click the gear icon, go to design, and go to sizing. And I'm going to come down here. And the width is set to 80%. I want it to be 90% to make it wider. And the max width, I'm also going to set that to 90%. So I'm going to do this the easy way and highlight that, copy it, right click, and paste. And there you go. You can see it made it wider. That looks good. So save the changes. And now I'll come back into my testimonial modules. And I'm going to put in the author name. This will be the person who left the review. Job title. And since he's a CEO, he owns the company most likely, so I'll put in his company. There we go. I'm going to leave this dummy text here. I'll upload his image. So I'll click the gear icon, click select files, and here he is right here. Click upload an image, and there it shows up. What a nice man. Okay, come down to elements, and what I'm going to do is, this is where you could, if you don't want the quote icon, you can turn it off. I want to keep it though. I want to open up link, and I want to link to his company website. So I'll come in here, type it in. And right here, company link target. What this does is when they click his link here, it'll open it up in a new window. So here it's set to open in the same window, so it would just open it in this window. I want to open it in a new tab so that when someone clicks the link, it automatically opens a new tab and his website shows up in a new tab. Let me see here. Everything else looks good. Here you can change the background color. If I wanted to make it red, some other color, I could click this and just choose a color here. But I want to keep it white, so back there. Now let's go to design and we'll stylize it. For the quote icon color, I want to make it a blue color. So I'm going to go to my website folder, pages, homepage, testimonial section, colors, and I have the colors already saved here. Here's the hex code. So I'll copy that, close this, right click, paste. There we go. Click the green check mark. Everything else looks good. You could use a custom quote icon size. I'm not going to do that. I like the size it is. So I'm going to close this. And next I'm going to change the text size. Let me see. No, that's image. Oops, text. There we go. I want body text. That's what I'm going to keep the default font in regular. And here we go. I'm going to change it to 16 to keep it consistent with our other body text. That looks good. Let me see. You can change the author text, company text. I'm going to keep that. I want to give it a box shadow. I'm going to choose this one. And everything else looks good. I'll keep it default. Last, I want to give it a nice cool animation. So I'm going to choose fold. I like that. But I want the animation intensity to be 100%. There we go. So I'm going to save that. And I'm going to copy it, clone it. And I'm going to drag this over here. Clone it again. Drag. Oops. What went on there? If this something like that ever happens, you can just go back to the editor here and undo. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Can be a little bit persnickety there. Sometimes Divi wants you to be exact. Beautiful. Okay. So now all I need to do is go in, change the image, change the information down here, and I'll change my animation as well. So I'll go to the gear icon, change the name, job title, and the company. And I'm also going to change the link, of course. As you can see, it's set to Bamboo Construction because we cloned it. There we go. In the new tab, we'll keep that. And now I need to change the image, obviously. I'll come up here, trash that, add new image. Upload files, select files, and there's Janet. All right, upload an image, and there she is. Beautiful smile. Okay. Last, I want to go to design, and I want to change the animation. I'll close these so it's easier for you to see. You can see our animation is already fold. But this time, I want to delay it so that it shows up a little bit later than this one. I want to have a domino effect. So I'm going to give the animation delay 300 milliseconds. There we go. Save the changes. Come back into here. Change the name. Change the job title. Change the company. Oops. Spelled that wrong. And I'm going to change the image. There's John. Okay. And the link. And last, I'm going to change the animation. Here. And I want this to load later than the one before it. So I'll make it 600 milliseconds. Save the changes. And last but not least, there we go. And change the image. Here's Kim. Upload an image. There she is. Go to link. That looks good. Go to design. Down here, change the animation. Animation delay, 900 milliseconds. And save the changes. I'm going to save the page. And that looks nice. So now what I want to do is exit Visual Builder. And I want to show you our animation. So I'll come down here. And you can see it's a nice domino effect. That looks good. And if I come over here and click the link, you can see it opens up in a new tab. That's what I was talking about when I was creating it. So I'll close that. And enable the Visual Builder again. And scroll down here. Alright guys, now we're going to go ahead and create the theme section. So we'll come down here to the bottom. Click the blue circle to add a new section. Click regular. And I'm going to choose a 1-column row. So I'll click here. And I'm going to close this for now because I want to put in my background image first. So I'll come over here, click the gear icon, click background, click the image icon, click add background image. I'll come up here, click upload files, click select files, and here's my background image. So I'll select it, click open. And once my image is done uploading, I'll come down here to the right, click upload an image, and you can see it upload the image right onto the web page. So I'm going to scroll down here, and I want to change the background image size. So I'll click here, I'm going to choose actual size. I'll close this, save the changes, and instead of creating all brand new titles from scratch, because I'm lazy, I'm going to go ahead and delete this row by clicking the garbage icon. I'm going to scroll up here, and I'll come up here to the row settings, and I'm going to duplicate this row. So I'll click here, and you can see it duplicated the row and the text modules inside the row. So I'll come over here, and I'll click, hold, and I'll drag down, position it where I want it, and I'll let go. And there you go. Now I just have to change the text and the text color. So I'll come over here, click the gear icon, and I'll type my new text. And you can see if I highlight this, it's already set to heading 4 because we just duplicated the text from above. So I'll come over here to design, heading text, H4, and you can see it's already set to Montserrat and regular. And I'm just going to change the color, so I'll click the eyedropper, and I'll make this very dark gray, almost black. That looks good. And I just want to change the text shadow color, so I'll come down here, I'll click this, and I'll change this. That looks good. Save the changes. Now I'll change the divider line, change the color. I'll make it the same color as the text. And I want to make it a little bit not as wide, so I'll come down here to sizing. And for max width, I'll just click this down a bit. That looks good. Save the changes. And now I'll change my other text here. I like that. Meet your new team. It makes my visitors feel like the team is theirs. Okay, so I'm going to come over here to design, and we'll go to text. See, it's already set to Montserrat light. I'll change the color as well. Oops. There we go. And save that. I'm going to leave all this the same, except I'm going to choose a different text shadow here. Choose this one. And I want to change the size of the text shadow. So I'm going to decrease this a bit, as well as the vertical length. And I'm going to increase this just a little bit. There we go. That looks nice. So I'm going to save the changes. And I'll save the page. I like how that looks so far. That looks nice. Okay, now we're going to add some person modules so that we can have an image and a bio for each person on our team. So we'll come down here and we'll click the green circle to add a new row. And this time I'm going to choose a 4-column row. So I'll click here. I'll come up here to the search box and I'll type person. I'll click person. And here you can see I added a person module. I'm going to close this for now because what I want to do is I want to make this row wider. I want my first column to be here and my last column to be around here. So I'll come up here to the row settings, click the gear icon, come over here to design, sizing, and I'm going to scroll down here and where it says max width, I'm going to change this to 90%. There we go. You can see it made the column wider and also made the row wider. So I'll save the changes. Come back over here, click the gear icon for the person module. And I'm going to give my person a name. And a position. And let's add some social profile links. You'll see as I add a hashtag for each one of these, they'll start to appear down here. There you see we have Facebook, Twitter, Google+, and LinkedIn. And obviously I would put in the actual URL, the Facebook page, Twitter page, etc. I'm going to leave the dummy text here. This is where you would add a small bio. Let's upload an image. So I'll click the gear icon, upload files, select files. I'm going to go to my website folder, go to pages, the home page, team section, images, team photos. And here he is right here. Here's Frank. Select him, click open, upload an image, and there's Frank. We like Frank. He's always happy. He's always laughing. He likes to smile a lot. Okay, so now we're going to add a background color because if I scroll down here, you can see the background image is bleeding through, and we don't want that. So come here to background. Click add background color, and I'll just add like a light gray. There we go. You can see it doesn't bleed through anymore. Next, we're going to stylize the title. So I'll come over to design. Actually, first I'm going to change the icon color. We'll do that first. We'll do everything in order here. Click the eyedropper, and I'm going to make these icons a dark blue to match the rest of the website. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and highlight that, right click, copy, because I'm also going to use that color for the title text here. So I'll come down to title text. It's already set to H4. And I'm going to leave the title font. I'll make that Montserrat. And we'll make it semi-bold. That looks nice. Now I'm going to click here, the eyedropper, right click, paste. And you can see it made our title blue, just like the same color as the icons. I'll click the green check mark to save it. Everything else looks good. So I'll leave that like it is. Now up here, you could stylize the image if you want. I could round the corners. You You see as I increase it, it rounds the corners. I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to just leave it like it is. I could also add a border. So let's stylize the text here. Actually, I'll leave that one there. Body text is what we want. I'm going to change it to Arial. I'll leave it regular. I'll leave the color the same, but I just want to increase the size a little bit. There we go. Now you can see the text goes right up against the edge of the person module here. It makes it look crowded. I want to have some space between the text there. So in order to do that, we're going to come up here and we're going to go down to spacing. And we're going to add some padding. So I'm just going to add 10 pixels of padding all around. There we go. And you can see it looks much nicer now. We have some space between the text and the edge of the person module. All right, that looks good. Okay. I'm going to add a box shadow. And I'll choose this one here. And that looks good enough. I'm going to leave it like that. And let's add some animation. We'll make it slide. And I want this one to slide down. There we go. That looks good. And I'll leave these like they are. All right, I'm going to save the changes. And now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this and we'll put it in the second, third, and fourth column. And we'll just change the information here. So I'll click the duplicate module button. I'll come down here, click the cross, hold. I'll drag it over right here. I'll do that again. And one more time. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. So far that looks good. So let's go in here and we'll change this one first. And we'll change the name and the position. Scroll down here and we'll change the image as well. Upload files, select files, and here's Zach right here. Click upload an image. There he is. Everything else looks good except one thing. I want to make his, go to design, animation. I want his module to slide up. There we go. Save the changes. Change this one. Change the image. Upload files, select files. There's Jill. Upload an image. There she is. And this one I'm going to change the animation. Actually, no, I'll leave the animation the same. I want her to slide down as well. There we go. Okay, save changes. Last one. And let's see, change the image, probably be a good idea. And I'm going to go to design. And I'll make her slide up as well, just like Zach. There you go. Save changes. Save the page. That looks nice. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And I'm going to scroll down here so you can see the animation for each person module that we created. Pretty neat. These two come down and these two come up at the same time. Kind of alternates. Makes it a little bit more interesting. There's one more thing I want to show you before we finish this section. What I want to do is I want to add a cool little effect where when the visitor hovers over each one of these person modules, it pops up to, like, say right here. And then when they take their mouse away, it'll pop back down. There's a real easy way to do that. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. And I'll scroll down here real quick. Expand that. And we'll come to this first person module, and I'll click the gear icon. And I'm going to click the Design tab. And I'm going to scroll down to Spacing. And right here, this is the hover icon. When you click this, it allows you to set a hover rule. And what that allows you to do is change the position where you want your element to be when the person hovers over it. So since this is we don't want anything to happen on default, we'll leave this blank. Now I'm going to come over here and click hover. And if I come down the top margin, click and then drag to the left, you can see the person module slowly moves upward as I drag. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag it to where I want it to be when the person hovers over it. That looks good right there. And if I come back to default, that's where it will be before they hover. And then when they hover the mouse over it, it'll move up to there. Pretty cool. So now what I want to do is I want to extend that style to these other three person modules. So instead of going into each one and clicking the hover icon and then changing the margin, there's an easier way to do that. We'll come up to these three dots. I'm going to click that. And I'm going to come down and click Extend Margin. This is the Extend Styles menu. And what it allows you to do is it allows you to extend this style or any style throughout the page, the section, this row, or this column. Since this is the only spot on the entire page where we have person modules, we can just leave it at this page. If we had person modules somewhere else in another section on this page, then we would want to keep it to this section or this row. But for now, we're just going to keep it on this page. So what we'll do is we'll click Extend. And by the way, you can see it says to all persons. You could change and extend this style to, you know, the blurb modules, any other modules here listed. But since we only want to extend it to the person modules, we'll keep it there. So we'll go ahead and click Extend. And then we'll save the changes. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. And now I'll exit the Visual Builder so we can check out our changes. And if I scroll down here, and now when I hover over each one of these, you can see they pop up. Pretty neat, huh? Pretty cool. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and enable the Visual Builder. Come down here. Open this. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create the next section, which is the blog section. So we'll come down here. We'll add a new section. And I'm not going to add a row. I'm going to click this off because I'm going to do what I did in the last section. I'm going to come up here and duplicate this row. And I'm going to click here and drag all the way down and let go. And now I'll change the wording. That looks good. Save the changes. And I'm going to save the page here. Okay, now I'm going to add a post slider. So I'll come down here and I'll add a new row. And I'm going to choose a 3-column row this time. And I'm going to type in post. and I'll click Post Slider. And I'm going to save this for now. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to make this row a little wider. So I'll come over here to the row settings, click the gear icon, click Design, Sizing, and I'm going to change the width to 90% and the max width to 90% as well. There we go. Save the changes. Now, Post Slider allows you to create a slideshow out of your blog posts. So if I go in here and drag this over here, you'll see it says included categories, and we don't have any categories. It just says uncategorized. That's because we don't have any blog posts. In order to have a blog post slideshow, you need blog posts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import some fake blog posts I created from a different WordPress site. So I'm going to save the changes here, and I'm going to save the page. And I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And we're going to come over here to the dashboard. We'll get out of here. And if you come down here on the left, you'll see it says Tools. And we're going to click Import. And the cool thing about WordPress is it allows you to import posts from other content management systems, such as Blogger, LiveJournal, Tumblr. Since the fake blog posts I created were on a different WordPress site, I'm going to use the WordPress importer. The WordPress importer is a plugin that was created by WordPress and allows you to import posts, pages, comments, categories, images, etc. from another WordPress site. What happened was I exported my blog posts onto my computer as an XML file. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to WordPress, click Install Now, and that'll install the WordPress importer onto my WordPress site here. And I'm going to come up here and click where it says Run Importer. And here it says upload your WordPress extended RSS WXR file and we'll import the post, pages, comments, etc., etc. So the file's already on my computer, the export file from the other WordPress site. So I'll come over here, I'll click Choose File. And I'm going to go to my WordPress folder, Pages, Homepage, Blog section, Files. And here's the file I exported from the other WordPress site. So I'll click that. I'll click Open. And now you can see the files right here. And I'll click Upload File and Import. And you can see it's really fast. What I want to do here now is Import Author. Since I want the author to be me, I'm going to assign the post to an existing user. So I'll click choose my name here. And I'll also click Download and Import File Attachments. And then I'm going to click Submit. And you can see how fast it is. It says all done, have fun. So now if I come over here to Posts and click All Posts, you can see all the blog posts that we just imported. So I'm going to click on this one here. I want to show you something real quick. Later on in the video, I'm going to show you how to create a blog post, how to add images and monetize it and make it look real pretty. If I come over here and I scroll down, you can see it says Categories and it's under the People category. Now it's missing the featured image. There should be a featured image here. Sometimes when you import, it doesn't import the images for some reason. That's real easy to fix. You just click Set Featured Image. And I'm going to come over here, Upload Files. I'm going to upload all the featured images from the blog post. So I'll click Select Files. And I'll go to my website folder, Pages, Homepage, Blog section, Images. And here are the featured images for all the blog posts I just imported. So I'll click Open. And you can see they're all importing right now. And the one I want to set featured image for that particular post is that one. So I'll click Set Featured Image. And you can see it shows up right here. And I'll update it. And if I click View Post, you can see it set to featured image now. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard and back to posts. And right now I'm going to set the featured image for all these other blog posts. I'll do that real quick and then we'll continue the tutorial. Okay, I set all the featured images, so now I'm going to enable the visual builder. And we'll scroll down here to the blog section. And you can see it already added the featured image to the first blog in the post slider. So I'm going to click the gear icon. And now you can see we have our categories. So what I can do is I can choose which blogs from which categories this slider will show. So for this post slider, I want to show the blogs from the blogging category and from the social media category. So it's going to show all blog posts that are in those two categories. And if I come down here, you can use post excerpts. That'll show up here. The excerpt is like the beginning of the blog post. And I want the excerpt length to be 150 characters. And now you can see it shows the first 150 characters of the blog post. If I come down here, I'm going to close this and show you some more things. Elements, you can show arrows here. If you don't want those, you just click this off. And now they don't show up. If you don't want to show the controls, click that off. You don't see the two dots down here. You can click the read more button off. The metadata is this right here. If you don't want to show that, you can click this button here and it just shows the title and the excerpt. I'm going to show everything now. Featured image. I could not show the featured image if I don't want to. It'll just have a colored background. And then if I go down here, I could change the background color. By the way, if you click these three dots, it brings up a much larger color palette. So I could change the background color to, let's say, dark blue. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to undo that here. And I am going to show the image. You could link this to a different URL if you wanted to. Okay, now I'm going to stylize some of the text here. I'm going to go to design. Overlay, you could use a background overlay. Background overlay color. You could use a text overlay if you wanted to. Navigation, I could change the color of the arrows here. Say I wanted to make them blue, could do that. I'm not going to do that though. Image, I could round the corners on the image if I wanted to. Text, I'm going to change the title text. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. Take it down to 20 pixels. Everything else is good. Body text, I'm going to leave that like it is. Meta text, I could change the meta text, font weight, size, all that stuff, color. I'm going to use custom styles for button. And let me see, I wanted to round the corners a bit more on the button. So I'm going to take the border radius up a bit. There we go. I want to show a button icon, so I'm going to show this one right here. But I only want to show the icon when you hover over it. So I'm going to click only show icon on hover for button. Yes. Everything else is good. Last, I want to add a box shadow. So I'll use this one here. And it's kind of hard to see the box shadow like it is. So I'm going to increase the spread strength. There we go. Brings it down a little bit more. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. Drag it over here. And I'll do it again. There we go. And now I want to change the categories on this post slider so it shows different blog posts. So for this one, I'm going to do travel. And you can see it changes it. Save the changes. And I'll do the same thing here. This one I'm going to turn into people. There we go. Save the changes. That looks good. If I click here, I can navigate. Now this one, it's only showing the one for some reason. Why is that happening? Let's see here. Maybe it's on categories as well. There we go. This one wasn't categorized for some reason. Save that. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to open this up. I'm going to save the page. I'm going to come up here and exit the Visual Builder. And I'll scroll down here. And now if I click on one of these, say this one, it takes me right to the blog post. Okay. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. And I'll scroll down to the blog section. One thing I forgot to show you guys is how to add automatic animation to your post sliders. What that does is it causes your blog posts to cycle through automatically so that your visitors don't have to keep hitting the navigation arrows. And the way we do that is we come up and click the gear icon. And we come over, click the Design tab. Scroll all the way down, click Animation. And here you see it says Automatic Animation. We're going to turn that button on. And when we do that, it adds two options. Automatic animation speed and continue automatic slide on hover. Automatic animation speed, it's defaulted at 7 seconds. You can make the automatic animation quicker or slower. Continue automatic slide on hover. What that does is when you turn this on, if your visitor hovers over the post slider, it'll continue to cycle through the automatic animation. It won't stop. I don't want that on because I want my visitor, when they hover over the post slider, for the animation to stop in case they want to read the excerpts or any of this metadata. So we'll leave that off. I want to add that to the second and third post slider. So we'll do that the easy way by coming up here. And we're going to click these three dots. Click Copy Automatic Animation. We're going to save the changes. I'm going to come over here, right click, Paste Automatic Animation. Come over here, right click on the post slider menu, click Paste Automatic Animation. There we go. Now you see they're starting to cycle through automatically. I'm going to save the page. And now we're going to create the contact section. So we're going to come over here and click the blue circle to add a new section. I'm going to click Regular. And I'm going to make it a 1-column row. And I'm going to turn this off because I want to add my background image first. So I'll come over here, click the gear icon, click Background, click the image icon, click Add Background Image. I'm going to click Upload Files, select Files, and here's my background image right here. So I'll select that, click Open. And when my image is done uploading, I'll come down here, click Upload an Image. And there you see it upload our background image right onto the web page. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to click Use Parallax Effect. And next I want to add a color gradient overlay on top of this. So I'll come over here, click the color gradient overlay icon. And what I'm going to do is scroll down here, click Add Background Gradient. And I'll choose my first color. And I have that over here. I'll go to my website folder. Oops, wrong page. Here it is right here. I'll highlight that, right click, copy. I'll close this, minimize that. Right click, paste. Click the green check mark. I'll choose the next color. Turn this off. highlight it, right click, paste. Click the green check mark. Now you can see that it didn't add the color gradient overlay. That's because we have to add the CSS class first for it to work. So we'll click the Advanced tab, click CSS ID and Classes, come down to CSS class, and I'm going to type it this time instead of copying and paste it. And there you see, as soon as I'm done typing, it adds the color gradient overlay. So I'm going to save the change. Oh, before I do that, I'm going to add a divider right here. So I'll click Design, Dividers, and it's going to be a top divider. I'm going to come over here and choose the divider I want. And I'm going to choose the cloud divider right here. And you can see the cloud divider doesn't really look good. That's because I want to turn it upside down. So I'll scroll down here, divider flip, and I'll flip it vertically. There we go. Okay, I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to save the page. Next, I'm going to delete this row because I'm feeling lazy again. And I'm going to come up here. I'm going to duplicate this row. And I'm going to click, hold, and drag this row down. And I'm going to let go right where I want it. There we go. I'm going to change the wording here. I'm going to go to Design, Heading Text, H4. And I'm going to leave the color and the font and everything the same. The only thing I want to change is the text shadow vertical length. I'm going to change that to 0.09. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to come down here, and now I'm going to change the divider. And I'm going to leave the color the same. I just want to change the width. So I'll come to max width, and I'm going to make it a little less wide. That looks good. Save the changes. Last, I'm going to change this text. I'm going to come up and click Design, Text, and again I'm going to leave the font and the color the same, the text size. I just want to change the text shadow. I'm going to change this to 0.14. That looks good. It's a little bit more pronounced, easier to see. Okay, I'm going to save the changes. One thing I don't like is this word contact is kind of up in my cloud divider. So I'm going to come over here to the row settings, click the gear icon, and I'm going to give it some padding so that it comes down away from the cloud a little bit. I'm going to click, hold, and slide to the right where I want it. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to save the page. Now you can see it's kind of hard to work when your section is really small like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down here to the bottom of the section, and when the cursor changes and looks like that, we're going to click, hold, and we're just going to start dragging the mouse downward. You do that multiple times until we get the section a little bit wider, so it's easier to work with. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Now we'll add some text that'll be above our contact form. So we'll add a new row by clicking the green circle. I'm going to make this a one column row. And I'm going to add a text module. So I'll click text. And I'm going to move this module menu to the left side of the screen so it's easier for you guys to see. To do that, I'll just come up here and click this icon, and it snaps it to the left. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to delete this text. I'm going to add some lorem ipsum. So I'll come down here, and I'll go to my website folder. And I'll copy this. Click this off. Right click, paste. I want to center line it. And I'm going to stylize it. So I'll go to text. And I'm going to choose Arial font. And I'll make it lightweight. Come down here and I'm going to change the color to white. I'm going to increase the text size by 2 pixels. And right here, I want to add some space between the 2 lines. So I'll come to text line height, and I'm going to increase it by 1. And you can see it adds some space there. That looks good. Now what I want to do is I want to move my text closer to the title text up here. So I'll come over to spacing, and where it says top margin, I'm just going to click and drag to the left, and you can see it moves the text up as I drag. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to save the page just to be safe here. Okay, that's good. Now let's add the contact form. So come up here and click the gray circle to add the contact module. And I'll type contact. Click contact form. And this is Divi's default contact form. It's pretty nice. You have a name field, email address, message. Down here you have a CAPTCHA. It's kind of hard to see because it's dark gray. And you have a submit button. So if I come over here, I can give my contact form a title. See, it shows up over here as I type. I'm just going to leave it blank though. Here's success message. Whenever anybody fills out your contact form and they hit the submit button, a success message shows up right here. Divi's default success message is thanks for contacting us. Right here you can type in a custom success message. So I'm going to create a custom one. There we go. Submit button, you can change the text of the submit button. Say I want to say send, I could do that. I'm going to leave it default. If you ever want to undo anything, you just come up here and click the undo icon. And it takes it back to the default. Okay. Email. This is where you put in your email address where you want all your messages to be sent to. You want to make sure you spell this correctly. And by the way, I always recommend that you test your contact form before you take your website live and make sure you're getting your messages from the contact form. So I'll put in my email address here. Make sure you spell your email address correctly. That's good. Message pattern, I don't really use this. If you ever get stuck and you're not sure what any of these are, you just come up and click the question mark and it'll give you an explanation. I'm just going to leave it blank for default because I don't use it. Elements. Here's where you can turn off the CAPTCHA if you don't want it. So if I click this button, you can see the CAPTCHA disappears. I want the CAPTCHA because it helps to cut down on spam messages from spam bots. So I'm going to leave it on. Redirect is really cool. Let's say, I'm going to click this button on here. Let's say you have a thank you page set up that you created for your website. What this does is you can put in the URL of your thank you page, and whenever someone fills all this out and then clicks submit, they'll be automatically redirected to your thank you page. It's kind of neat. I don't have one, so I'm just going to turn this off. Background. You can change the background color of the contact form. So I'm going to come up here, click next to the name field, your icon. Here you can change the title of the name field, which is right here. Let's say I want this to say first name. You see it appears as I type. I'm just going to leave it like it was though. Field options. You can create, you can change the input field, the type of it, email field. You can change it to a text area. I could change it to select drop down if I wanted. I don't know why you would, but you can if you want to. I'm going to make it default. You could create it so that they have to type a minimum number of characters before they can submit. or maximum they can only type a certain number of characters before they submit. Just by doing that. Allowed symbols, let's say you only want to allow letters since it's a name field. You don't want them to be able to type any numbers or symbols. You could do that. Just going to keep it like it is though. If you don't want it to be a required field, you just click this button, and now they are not required to fill out their name before they hit submit. I want them to be required to do that though. So let me just show you something real quick. You pretty much get all the same options for each of these fields. Let's say, see conditional logic. If I click this, enable it. Conditional logic is kind of like you can set rules, parameters. So let's say I want it so that when they fill out the message field, if it does not contain, letters, then it won't go through when they submit the button. It's kind of complex. I'm not going to go into depth with that. I'm not going to use it, so I'll just click no. But you can do some pretty cool stuff with conditional logic. So I'll come back here. Message, same thing. You get all the same options. Now let me show you how you can style the contact form. We'll go to Design, Fields, and you can see Divi gives you tons of options to stylize your contact form here. Fields background color, you can change that. Changes the color of the fields, obviously. One cool thing you do is you can make it white. Come in here, and this is the opacity slider. If I click this, hold it, and then slide down, you can see the fields become more transparent. So you could do that, and then they would put in their name here, just like that. I'm going to leave it default, so I'll undo it. Fields text color, you could change each of the text in the fields here. Change it to red, blue, purple if you wanted to. I'll just leave it default. Focus fields, focus background color, you could change that. Focus fields text color. And if you're not sure what that is, clicks into an input field, it becomes focused. So when I click here, it changes to the color that I designated it. It's kind of cool. Just gonna leave it default here. Same thing with the text color. It'll change. So if I make it purple, it'll change when I click here. See it change to purple. It's kind of neat. You can change the margin, the padding, the font. If I wanted to change the font, I could change it to Arial if I wanted to. Not going to though. Font style, I can make all these capitals if I wanted to. Just like that. Change the text size, I can make it smaller or larger. Could add a text shadow if I wanted to. Okay. So now I'm going to go down to, you could change stylized text, the title text. Captcha text, here I can change the color of the captcha text so I can see it much more clearly. There's actually an equal sign here. It doesn't change the color of the equal sign. But don't worry, because in a few seconds I'm going to show you how to change the entire captcha text color. So I'll just undo this. You could change the text size, letter spacing. You could add a text shadow to the captcha. I'm going to go to button, and I'm going to stylize the button here. So I'll click yes. And I'll come down here. I'm going to change the button text color to white. I'm not going to add a background color. If I wanted to, I could. By the way, if you click these three dots next to the color palette, it opens up and shows you a much larger color palette. Gives you much more colors to choose from. So I could choose purple, pink, whatever you want. Button border width, I'll just leave that like it is. Button border color, I do want to change this. What I want to do is, I want to have it so that when they hover over the button, this white border here changes color. So I'm going to, on default, I want it to be white, of course. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to click the hover icon. And now I can choose, when I click hover, I can choose what color I want the border to be when they hover over it. So I'm going to make it like a bluish green. There we go. Click the green check mark. Button border radius. By the way, if I click the default, you can see it'll be white, and then when they hover, it'll be greenish. Button border radius, I'm going to increase the corners, make it more round. There we go. I'm not going to show a button icon since this will change color when they hover over it. They'll know it's a button. I am going to give the button text a shadow. Actually, I'll give it this one. That looks good. And let me see here. And I'll give the button a box shadow as well. There we go. Everything there looks good. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to round the corners on these text fields. I don't want sharp corners like that. So I'll come down the border. And right here I'm just going to increase it. And you can see it rounded the corners a bit. That looks good. I don't want any animation. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to change the color of the entire CAPTCHA text. So we're going to click the Advanced field, CSS ID and Classes. And you can see it already has a CSS ID here. I'm going to change this. So I'm going to come down to my website folder here. And by the way, I'm going to put this CSS in the description of the video. So all you have to do is copy and paste it. And we'll go to Custom CSS here. White CAPTCHA text. So here's the CSS ID. Okay, that's perfect. It's already set that. So what we need to do is custom CSS. I'm going to copy this. I'll close this. Close this as well. I'm going to click custom CSS. I'm going to scroll down here to where it says CAPTCHA text. Right click and then paste. Oops. I'll have to Control V. And there you see it changes everything to white. Okay. One more thing I want to do is I want to change the success message. You can't see it until we hit some button. I'll show you after we're done. By default, the success message is, it's like a dark gray color when it shows up, which, as you know, is not going to look too well on this background. So I want to change that success message color to white, and I want to style it a little bit. So I'm going to go back here to CSS ID and Classes. And actually, no, I'm not going to go there. I'll show you a different way. So I'm going to save the changes here. And we'll save the page. And I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And I'm going to come back here and I'm going to go to the dashboard. And if I scroll down here to where it says Divi, click Theme Options. And then I'm going to scroll down here to the bottom. And here you can add custom CSS. You can see I already have some custom CSS here. So I'm going to click in here, skip 2 lines. And I'm going to provide the custom CSS for you to do this in the video description. So I'm going to go back to my website folder. And right here it says white thank you message text. I'm going to click that. And here's the CSS I'm going to provide for you. All you have to do is copy it. I'll close this. Come down here, right click and paste. And then you want to come down and click the Save Changes button. You'll see a green check mark. I'll come back up here, go back to the dashboard. We'll go back to the home page. I'm going to refresh the home page. Now I'll come back down here. I'm going to type in some fake information here. Fill out the CAPTCHA. And if I hover over this button, you can see the border changes color just like we created. And I'll click submit. And now you can see our thank you message is white and it's centered. It's also 16 pixels. I go back here, go to Divi Theme options. You can see, yep, 16 pixels. This is the color white and centered. This is the CSS styles we gave it. Beautiful. Looks good. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and enable the Visual Builder. And I'll refresh the page so our contact form comes back. Scroll down here. And I'll save the page. Okay, one thing I noticed about this background image is that you can't really see Adam down here. He's kind of, most of his body's cut off here. I actually have the same background image. It's just a different size for the contact page that we're going to build later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use that background image for this contact section as well. So I'll come up here to the gear icon and I'll go to background and I'll trash this one. I'll click add background image. I'll click upload files, select files, and I'm going to go over here to pages, contact page, images, and here's the background image for the contact page. I'm going to go ahead and use this one. And I'll click upload an image. There we go. Now, let me see here. I'm going to save this. And that's much better. Now you can see Adam, much more of Adam. And if we do our parallax scrolling, I like how God and the angels look like they're coming out of the clouds when you scroll down. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. And since I'm not using the other background image, I'll go back in here. Background. Click the gear icon, and I'll go ahead and delete this old image by clicking delete permanently. And this will delete it from my media library. And there we go. Close that. And I'm going to float this again, so I'll click here. Bring this down here. Save the changes. And I'll save the page. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to add a full width map to our page. So we'll come down here to the bottom, click the blue circle to add a new section. And this time we're going to choose full width. We'll come up here and we'll click full width map. I'm going to close this. And here you can see it says for development purposes only. And it's kind of hard to read, but right here it says this page can't load Google Maps correctly. There's a reason for that. I'm going to show you why. Click the gear icon. And if I click map, here it says Google API key. In order to display Google Maps on your website, you first need to have a Google API key. So I'm going to show you how to get that. I'll save this. I'll save the page. Now I'll come up here and I'll create a new tab. Type how to get a Google API key. And it should be the first result that comes up. You click here. It says get an API key. These are the instructions on how to get an API key. You'll have to go to the Google Cloud Platform console and sign up. And once you have your API key, you're going to copy it. And you're going to come back to the WordPress dashboard. Scroll down to Divi. Click Theme Options. And right here where it says Google API key is where you'll want to right click and paste it. Okay. I already have a Google API key, so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste it there. Here it is right here. Once you paste it, you're going to want to make sure you save the changes. Then you'll come back to your home page. I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. I'm going to go ahead and reload the page. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. And now if I scroll down here to the full width map section, you can see we finally have a Google map, which is awesome. Now the only problem is it looks like it's displaying water. So what we need to do is we need to give the map a location to center on. So we'll come up here and click the gear icon, and we'll click map, and you can see my API key here. And down here under map center address, I'm going to type an address for the map to center on. So I'm just going to use Los Angeles. And then after you type the address, you click find. And you can see it's centered on Los Angeles. It's just zoomed in really far. Down here in this little box, this map box, whatever changes you make to the map here will show up on here. So if I zoom out, you can see it zooms out on the map here. If I click and drag the map to the left, it also moves the map to the left. So I'm going to zoom out till I see the word Los Angeles. There we go. And I'm going to position the map exactly where I want it. That looks good. Now I need to add a map pin showing the location of where we're at, the exact address, so people can see us on the map. So I'm going to come up here, click Add New Pin. And I'm going to open this text menu here. And for title, I'm going to type in Bright Brain Creative. And what I'm doing here is whatever I type in here is going to show up in a little info box when they click on the map pin. There'll be a little window that pops up, and it'll show the title, which would be the name of your business, and whatever you put in the body here, which is going to be, for me, the phone number and email. So I have that information saved here. Copy this. I'll paste it. And now I'm going to add a map pin. So right here under map pin address, you want to type in the address of where you want the pin to show up on the map. I'll just use Los Angeles again. And after you type in the address, click find. And you can see it added the pin. That looks good. Now what I want to do is I want to go back here, go to design, and under controls, I don't want them to be able to mouse wheel zoom it or draggable on mobile. So I'll click these off. And down here, map, you can use these filters if you want to change the color of the map. You can use hue, which is kind of cool. Saturation. I'll just leave it like it is. One more thing I want to do is I want to add animation to the map. So I'm going to click here under animation, and I'll just use slide, and it'll slide in like that. That looks nice. I'm going to save the changes. And now what I want to do is I want to save this map to the Divi library so that when I create a new web page and I want to add a map, all I have to do is upload this map onto the page. So I'll come over here, and this icon, it looks like a down arrow. I'm going to click that. This allows you to save modules, sections, rows to the library. I'm going to give this map a name. And here where it says Save as Global, this is one of the best features of Divi in my opinion. I'm going to check this, make this a global item. What this does is whatever item you save as a global item, when you load it on a new page, let's say I save this map as a global item and then I create a new web page like the contact page we're going to create, and I put the map on there as a global item, whatever changes I make to one of the maps will take effect on all the other maps, no matter what pages it is on this website. So let's say I want to change the city here, and this map is also on the contact page. The changes, whatever city I change here, will also change automatically on the map on the contact page. It's just a really fast way to edit and make changes to your site by using global items. Down here, I'm going to create a new category. I'll just call it Maps. And when I'm done, I'll click Save the Library. And now you can see it changed the menu to light green. That's because I saved it as a global item. All global layouts, items, modules, sections, rows, they become light green when you save it as a global item. So I'm going to come back up here, and I just want to show you the Divi library real quick. If I come down here, it'll be under Divi, and I click Divi library. This is where all your modules, sections, rows are going to be saved when you save it to the Divi library. They'll all be stored here, and you can see this is our map that we just saved. And if I go click on it, this is the map from the back end. So now if I click here, I could change the map center address. I could go in here and change the map pin address, and I could save it, save and exit, and then I could update it, and it would show up on the page right here, all the changes I make, and any other page that this map is on, it would also show up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the page, and now we can get ready to create the last section, which is the footer. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down here to the bottom, and we're going to click this purple circle, and we'll add a new section. We'll click regular, and because it's a footer, I want a 4-column row, so I'll click here. I'm going to type blurb, click blurb, and I'm going to close this for right now because I want to add my background color. So I'm going to come over here to the section menu, click the gear icon, click background, click add background color, and I'm going to make the background of the footer dark gray. There we go, that looks nice. So I'll click the green check mark. Next I want to add a divider, so I'll click the design tab, click dividers. It's going to be a top divider, and I'm going to click divider style and choose a divider from the list. I'll choose this one here. I want to change the divider color, so I'll click the eyedropper, and then I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to make this dark blue color to keep the colors consistent. So I'll use my Color Zero color picker, and I'll come over here and click, and I copied it to the clipboard. So I'll come down here, right click and paste, and you can see it changed the color of the divider. That looks nice. Click the green check mark. I don't want my divider to be so wide over here. I want the height to be a little bit smaller, so I'm going to click and drag this to the left to lessen the divider height, and we'll make it 75 pixels. That looks nice, and everything else looks good, so I'll save the changes. Now I want to widen this row here because I want my columns to be a little wider. So I'll come up here to the row, click the gear icon, click design, click sizing, and I want to equalize the column heights, and I want to make the width 90%, and I also want to make the max width 90%. So I'll just copy this, right click and paste. There we go. I'll save the changes. That's looking good so far. Okay, now I'm going to stylize my first blurb module here, so I'll click the gear icon. And we don't need the image, so I'll delete that first. Get rid of that. Come back up here to text. And this is going to be the contact us. information. Move this over so you can see. Down here, I'm going to get rid of this. And I already have the contact information saved, so I'll go to my website folder. Footer section, text. And here it is right here. So I'll copy this. I'll minimize this, and we can close this. Right click, paste. Okay. Now I don't want to have this space between all the lines here. So what I'm going to do is, here where it says text, I'm going to click here. And I'm just going to remove these spaces. Actually, I'll get rid of this. This one we can keep. And I'll get rid of the space here. That looks good. I'll go back to visual. And I want to make this bold because it's the name of the company. That looks nice. Next I'm going to go to design. Title text. H3. And I'm going to make this, let me see, ASAP condensed. There we go. It's kind of hard to see because it's a dark gray, but I'm going to lighten it right now. I'll keep it regular font weight. And I'm going to make the color white. And I'm going to increase the text size to 26. That looks good. I like that. Everything else looks good for the title. So now I'll go to the body text. And I'm going to make this Arial. And I'm going to make it light. And for this color, I'm going to change it to light gray. There we go. That looks good. I'll leave it at 14 pixels. Everything else looks good there. I'm going to save the changes. And now I'm just going to duplicate this blurb module. Drag it over here. Duplicate. Drag. Duplicate. And drag. Okay. I'll go in and change the wording here. It's going to be about us. And I'm just going to put some lorem ipsum in here as some dummy text. It's right here. Paste. That looks good. I want to move this over a little bit so it's not crowding this column here, and there's a lot of space I don't really want here. So we'll go to design, scroll down to spacing, and I'm going to give it a move it to the left a little bit. So I'll put minus 75 for the left margin. There we go. That looks nice. I'm going to save the changes. Now we'll stylize this one. I'm going to make this a navigation menu. And I'll get rid of this text here. And these are my navigation links. Copy that. Right click, paste. Go into text. Get rid of these spaces. Scroll down. There we go. Come back over to the visual tab. And I'm just going to create hashtag links for each of these. There we go. That's looking nice. Next, I want to move this a little bit to the right because there's too much space here. I'm going to try and keep these columns equal width. So I'll go to Design tab and I'll scroll down to Spacing. And this time for the left margin, I'll click and move it to the right. You can see it's moving to the right as I drag here. And I'll move it over to oops, 75. Wrong one. There we go. It looks good. Save the changes. Last one. I'm going to label this Stay Connected. And let me see, I'm going to get rid of the text here. Again, I'll add some dummy text. Add some lorem ipsum. Get rid of that. Paste. That looks good. I'll leave it like that for now. Next, I'm going to come down here to the first column and I want to add some social media profile icons here. So we'll click the gray circle to add a new module. And I'm going to type in social and click social media follow. And by default, it loads Facebook and Twitter. I want to add 2 more networks. So I'm going to add Instagram and one more. We'll add LinkedIn. There we go. I'll click back here. Now you can see my 4 social media profiles. I'm going to add links to each one. So I'll click link and I'll just add a hashtag. I'm going to copy that. I'll go back, click here, link, Control V, go back, link, Control V the paste, go back, and link, and Control V. Okay. Everything else here is good. I could link in a new tab. I could add a follow button if I wanted to. I don't want to do that. I like it just the way it is like that. I could add a background color if I wanted to. I don't want to do that either. So next one I'm going to do is click the Design tab. And let me see for alignment. That's fine. Icon. I don't want to change the icon color. Here's where I could style. If I did add a style button, I could style the text for the style button, which I did not. Spacing, I want to give it a top margin of -50, so I'm just going to drag to the left and move it closer here. That might be too close, so we'll make it -25. Actually, that's a little too close, I think. -15, that looks pretty good. Next, I want to make these circles instead of squares. There's an easy way to do that. If you go to Border, and I can just round the corners. And you can see it, they're getting more and more round as I keep increasing. And if I go to 16, they're circles, perfectly round. That looks nice. Okay. By the way, you can kind of play around with this. If you click this, it takes off the linking. So what you can do then is I could change the shape of this. I could make these eye drops if I wanted to. Teardrops, I guess they would be. Some cool things you could do. I could do this. You know, it kind of looks like cubes, three-dimensional cubes. But I'm going to put this back on, and I like the circles, so keep it like that. That looks good. Last, I want to add animation, and I want to make it bounce this time, and I want it to bounce up. And animation duration, I'm going to max it out at 2000 milliseconds. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to save the page here. And there's one last thing I want to do, and that's add a email opt-in form. An email opt-in form is a great way to collect your visitors' email address, which is good for marketing to them through email and also keeping them updated on news about your company. So we're going to come down here to the last column, and we're going to click this gray circle to add a new module. And I'm just going to start typing email. And I'll click email opt-in. And you can see by default, Divi adds this pretty big email opt-in form with the background color and everything. I'm going to style this thing down so it's very basic. So I'm going to get rid of the title text and this body text as well. And right here, I'm going to go through these real quick. Email account. In order for your email opt-in form to work, you have to be signed up with an email service provider. And if you click here, Divi gives you a pretty large list of different email service providers. I went with MailChimp. They actually have a free plan. I think up to the first 2,000 subscribers, it's free. So here's the thing. Your email opt-in form will not show up on your page after you exit the Visual Builder unless you're signed up with a service provider, because it has to be connected to one of these service providers in the list in order for it to work. So what you want to do if you're not signed up, you choose one of these service providers, sign up with them, and in your service provider account, you'll add the website, the web page URL that your opt-in form is going to be on. And then once you do that, your opt-in form should show up on the page here. MailChimp list. This is, you can select a list. I don't have a list set up yet. And you can add more lists. Come down here, fields. You can use a single name field, or you can show the first name field and the last name field. I'm going to get rid of these because I just want to have the email field and the subscribe button. Success action. You can either display a message, and you can create a custom message down here, which I'll do right now. Or if you'd like, just like the contact form that we created, you can click here and redirect to a custom URL. And this is great if you have a thank you page set up. You would put the URL of the thank you page right here, and once your visitor hits the subscribe button, it would automatically redirect them to your thank you page. So I'm going to go back to display a message. Here is the background color, as you can see. You can change the background color. You could change it to something like that. Red, greenish color. Right here, use background color. I don't want a background color, so I'm going to click this button to turn it off. I'm going to go to design. I'm going to start stylizing this button. But first, I'm going to show you some of these options here. The layout. You can choose a different layout here. Body on top, form on bottom. You can't really see it because I got rid of the background color and some of the text and stuff. Email full width. If you don't want the email field to be full width, you can click this off. I want it to be the full width of the column. Fields, just like the contact form we created, you can stylize the fields. You can make the field red, you know, whatever color I want here. I'm going to undo that. The field's text color, I could stylize that. Field's focus background color. If you want to make this field, some people like to have the sides of their email field to be completely rounded, like oval. In order to do that, you would just come here and you could click and then just drag. And as I drag to the right, you can see the sides get more and more rounded. And I could take it all the way there. But I don't like that myself, so I'm just going to keep it at the default 3 pixels. And unfortunately now they're square. So I'm going to undo that. There we go. Text, you can stylize the text, different font, title text, body text, results text message. I'm going to make that Arial. Keep it regular. Make the text color white so it's easy to see. And I'll leave everything else like it is. The button, I want to stylize this button for sure. It looks pretty plain. So I'm going to click this button here. And the button text color, I'll keep it white. The button background color, I want to make that green. I want it to match the same green as the button up here in our header to kind of keep things consistent. So I'll use my ColorZilla color picker. And I'll just, there we go. Copy that to the clipboard. I'll scroll down here first. I'll right click and paste it in there. That looks good. And actually it's a little darker than that, but that's fine. Save that. Come down here. I don't want this white border, so I'm going to change this to 0. I'll leave the font the same. I do want to show a button icon. I'm going to choose this one right here. And I want it to appear all the time, not just when it's on hover. So I'll click this off so it's always visible. I'll keep the button icon color white. I'm going to add a button text shadow. And I'll change the vertical length to 0.08. That looks nice. And I'm going to add a box shadow as well to this button here. Sass it up a little bit. There we go. That looks nice. Okay. That's looking good. One last thing I want to do is I want to bring my form up closer to this text up here. So I'm going to hit spacing. And top margin, I'm just going to click and drag to the left. And you can see it brings it up closer. And we'll bring it to right there. That looks nice. Minus 35. Okay. That looks good. I think that's it. So I'm going to save the changes. And I'm going to save the page. Okay, before we go any further, real quick, I just want to take care of this space here. I don't really like that between my business name and the address. So I'm going to come in here. And I'm just going to go to text and backspace. There we go. It looks much better. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Okay, next one I want to do is down in this bottom bar, I want to get rid of Designed by Elegant Themes powered by WordPress. And I want to replace that with a copyright statement, all rights reserved, and 3 links. Sitemap, terms of use, and privacy policy. So to do that, we'll come up here and hover over your website name. Come down and click Theme Customizer. And I'm going to come over here and scroll down so we can see. And we'll come up here and click Footer. And then click Bottom Bar. And down here where it says Edit Footer Credits, anything you type in this box is going to show up down here. So if I type in Bright Brain Creative, you can see it shows up down here. And if I delete it, it goes back to the default text. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here and we're going to go to the dashboard. We'll come down to pages, click add new. Come down to the content box and click in there. And we need to type a copyright symbol. I'm going to show you how to do that real quick. I'm going to open tab. Go to Google, type alt code for copyright symbol, and it should be the first result that shows up. And you can see the alt code for the copyright symbol is hold and press the alt key and type 0169. So I'm going to close this, come down here, and I'll press and hold the alt key, type 0169. And you see the copyright symbol pops up. So hit spacebar, type in the year, name of your website, and period, and then all rights reserved. Next, I'm going to hold down the shift key and type the vertical line, sitemap, shift key, vertical line, terms of use, and privacy policy. What I want to do is I want to turn these three into links. So highlight sitemap, come up here, click the insert link key, and I'll click \sitemap. Then I'll apply the link. And what this does is when I finally do create the sitemap page, this will automatically link to it because I already have the subdomain sitemap. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for these two. This time I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut. I'll press and hold the control key and click the K key. \terms. Apply the link. Control K. \privacy. Apply the link. Okay, now what we want to do is we're going to come over here and click the text tab. And this is the text editor. This is where you can type HTML. We're going to highlight all this. Right click, copy. Go back to the customizer, come down here, right click, paste. And now you can see we have our copyright, all rights reserved, and these are all links. So when we make the pages, these will automatically link to those pages. Now we'll go back to the footer menu. And next what I want to do is I want to add a secondary menu up here above our main menu that has our phone number and our email. Oh, one more thing I want to show you before I do that. If you click on footer elements, you can get rid of these social icons by unchecking this box. And you can see they're gone now. I'm going to keep those there though. So go back here. Go back to the main menu and I'll scroll up. And now I'm going to go to header navigation and I'm going to go to header elements. And right here is where we're going to put in the phone number and email address that will show up in our secondary menu bar above this main menu bar. So I'll put in the phone number. And email address. And if you want, you can show social icons. I'm not going to. So now we'll go back here. And now we need to go to secondary menu bar. Click that. And here's where you can change the text size, the letter spacing, make it full width, the color of the menu bar. I'm going to make the color the same color as this right here. So I'll click Colorzilla. And I'll click here. And I'll come over here, highlight that, right click, and paste. And that's the same color, 174775. Click out here, and you can see it changes it. I'm going to make the secondary menu bar full width as well. Everything else is fine. Text color will be white. Text size is 12. I'll make that 14. There we go. Okay, you can't see it yet because I have to publish. Once you're done making changes, you hit publish and that'll publish your changes. And now if I get out of here, you see it shows up. That looks good. I changed my mind. I don't want the text here to be quite so large. So I'll go back to Theme Customizer. Header navigation. Secondary menu bar. And I'll undo this. And there we go. It takes it down to 12 pixels. Now I'll publish it. And I'll close this. There we go. Now the last thing we need to do for the home page is we need to add our logo. We don't want the Divi logo here. So in order to do that, we'll come back to the dashboard. I'll leave this because I don't need this anymore. So I'll just click this off. And we'll come down to Divi, Theme Options. And right up here is where we upload our logo. So we'll come over here to the right, click the Upload button. Come up here, click Upload Files. Click Select Files. And I'm going to navigate to my website folder. And here's my logo image folder. And here's my logo. So I'll select that. Click Open. And if you come up here to the right, you can see that my logo is a PNG file. The reason I export it as a PNG file is because I want it to have a transparent background. If I export it as a JPEG, the background would be a color, it wouldn't be transparent. It would either be white or whatever color the background is. That wouldn't be a problem here because my primary menu bar is white. But let's say my primary menu bar was blue or red or some other color besides white, then you would see a rectangular white background if I export it as a JPEG file. So you want to make sure your logo is a PNG file and make sure the background is transparent. Once your logo is uploaded, you come down here to the bottom and click Set as Logo. Come up here when you're done, click Save Changes. And now if I go back to the home page and exit the Visual Builder, it'll refresh the page. And here you see my logo. Now what I want to do is I want to make the primary menu bar full width so that my logo will be over here and my navigation links will be over on this side. So we'll come up here, come down, click Theme Customizer. And we're going to come down and click Header Navigation, click Primary Menu Bar. And this is where you can change all the different aspects of your primary menu bar. Right up here, Make Full Width, I'm going to check this box. And now you can see the primary menu bar is full width. My logo is over here and my navigation links are over here. Now what I want to do is I want to make this primary menu bar a little bit less wide. So I'll go over here to Menu Height. I'm going to click and drag to the left. And as I do, you can see the menu bar is becoming smaller. I'm going to take it down to, I'm going to type in 50. There we go. Now I want to increase the size of the logo. So I'll come over to Logo Max Height and I'll click and just drag to the right. And as I do, you can see the logo is increasing in size. And I'm going to take that up to 85. There we go. Everything else is fine. The text size is fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Header Navigation. And I'm going to go up here to Header Format. And I just want to show you what you can do is you can change the header format up here. So if I want to, I could center the logo and have the navigation links underneath. I could center logo inline and have the navigation links on the other side. I could also do a slide in. So I come up here to the hamburger menu and my navigation links slide in from the side. And I can also do full screen. If I click here, you can see my navigation links are full screen now. And here's my secondary menu bar information. You can also hide navigation until scroll. So once I scroll, that's when it appears. And when I come back up, it disappears. I'm going to keep it at default. I like how that looks. And I'm going to go back here, go back to the main menu, and there's other things you can change about your home page. So once you're done with your changes, click Publish to save. You'll click this X to get out of the theme customizer. Before I do that, I just want to show you something. If you come down here to the very bottom, you'll see it says Hide Controls. If you click that, it'll hide the theme customizer and you can see your home page as a full screen. And then to open the theme customizer again, just click this button and the theme customizer is back. So now I'm going to close the theme customizer. And there we go. Congratulations, you just created a beautiful, modern, and professional looking homepage. Way to go. So right here you can see our beautiful header. We have a nice button with some animation effect there. Parallax effect on the header. Here are awesome features section. We have this cool animation so the box shadow appears. And also the background changes color and the text color changes as well. If I come down here, we have another beautiful parallax effect with the color overlay. Here we have our optimized for speed section. Our title slides in. We have this cool bar graph. These circle counters, really neat. In the testimonial section, we have our nice domino effect with the testimonials. Down here, our team section, we have some cool animation. And when I hover over each one of these, they pop up. We have our nice blog section. With our post sliders, you can navigate through each blog post. Down here we have some beautiful parallax background again with a color overlay and a nice contact form. And our submit button, the border changes color when we hover over it. We have this awesome full width map, and if I click on the map pin, our company name and phone and email show up in the info window. And of course we have a professional looking footer with our contact information, a short about us section, our navigation links, and stay connected, and our awesome social icons. Now if you'll notice, our email opt-in form isn't showing up. And remember when I created that, I told you that it's not going to show up until you connect your email marketing service provider with your opt-in form. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. We're going to come up here and I'll enable the visual builder. And I'm going to scroll down. And sometimes when you enable the visual builder, the map doesn't load for some reason. Don't worry, it'll come back. So if I come in here, you can see our email opt-in form is back because it's always going to show up when you have the visual builder on. And I just want to show you again. You can see that I chose MailChimp as my service provider. So I'm going to open a new tab, go to MailChimp. And if you don't have a MailChimp account, you'll have to create one. Once you create your account, you'll come up here, click on your name, and you'll come down and click Account. Then you'll come over here where it says Extras, click that, and you'll click API Keys. And then what you want to do is you'll have to create a new API key. So you'll click Create a Key. And here's my new key. So you're going to copy your key. Come back, and under MailChimp list, keep it on select a list, and then click Add. Here's the API key, so I'll paste that, and then I'll give it an account name. I'll just call it Bright Brain Creative. Oops. There we go. And then once you're done, you click submit. And now it's connecting the email opt-in with the service provider. Save the changes. Come down here, I'll save the page. And now I'm going to scroll up here and I'll exit the Visual Builder. And I'll get rid of this. And now hopefully my map will be back as well. Yep, there's the map. And now you see our email opt-in form is appearing. So that's how easy it is to connect your email service provider with your email opt-in form. Now there's one last thing I want to do. I want to make the footer a global module, so when we create our other pages, we can just upload the footer with a couple clicks instead of creating a brand new footer on each page. So to do that, we'll come up here, enable Visual Builder again. And we'll come down here. And we'll come over here, and right where this down arrow is, we're going to click that. And this will allow us to save the footer to our Divi library. So I'm going to call it footer. And here we're going to mark it as, make this a global item, just like we did with the map. Come down here and I'll create a new category. I'll just call it footer. And when you're done, you click Save the Library. And now you can see it made our section and our other row colors and everything, the menu, light green because it's a global module. I'm going to save the page. And now there's one last thing we need to do, and that is to save this entire home page as a layout. And that way, if something would happen, we would make some changes later on that we don't like, or we messed up the page, or something happened to the website, we would have our home page saved in the Divi library, and then we could just upload the home page with a click instead of having to create a whole new home page. So we'll come down here to the purple menu, and we'll click this down arrow. And I'm going to name this home page. And I'll name it homepage 1 in case I want to save other versions of the homepage. I'll create a new category called homepage. And when you're done, you click Save the Library. There we go. I'm going to scroll back up here. And you can see it's saving the page. If that ever happens, just come back and refresh the page. There we go. And now it's time to create the About Us page.